It all began in a beautiful castle, at a ball where men wore classic suits, and girls in fluffy dresses. A couple of friends were talking about the girl who had come, and why she had come to this event in the first place. His gaze fell upon a girl standing in the distance, whose gaze was fixed on the floor. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her hair and dress attracted the gaze of several people. All the friends mocked the girl and spoke loudly about how she had gotten to the great mage. Everyone continued to discuss this rumor, but their conversation was interrupted by the sharp sound of a man exiting the portal. It was the great mage himself, as rumored, to whom that sweet girl went. And her name is Stephanie. The gazes of everyone in the ballroom immediately fell upon him. They were distracted from their conversations and dances. His gaze was unwavering. He looked intently at only one girl in the aisle. The main character started to get nervous, because she was the object of his admiration. The mage brought his hand closer to the girl. At that moment, everyone around them didn't understand at all what was happening. He simply took the girl by the cheek and touched her slightly, and the girl was surprised by these actions. There was a playful smile on the great mage's face, which showed what seemed like childish joy. Looking at Stephanie, the young man uttered a single phrase, composed of a single word. Stupid. Then came the actions. He hugged her thin waist and pressed her against him. Everyone in the hall opened their mouths in surprise. It can be said that such emotions left them speechless with surprise. And Stephanie, along with the mage, went on because she was his beloved. Unfortunately, her fate was sealed. But now we will see what happened before. Our heroine ran down the aisle with a cup of hot drink, but clearly not for her, because she herself was coughing and not drinking it. The girl barely had time to catch her breath to continue her movement towards the desired room. They were already shouting at her, calling her to hurry up. The only thing she could do was say she was in a hurry. Stephanie opened the door. Despite her cough and haste, she tried to enter the room on time. The scene in the room was as follows. A mother was sitting near the bed. Her daughter was sobbing into the pillow. The mother reassured her daughter with the words, "Don't cry, Angelica, everything will be fine with you." Our heroine ran towards the girl with a smile on her face and brought her the same cup of hot drink. The crying girl was distracted by it, and a cup of warm milk with honey. Her reaction was unexpected. She pushed Stephanie away from her and took the cup from her hands. The protagonist was in shock. She felt a little scared at that moment. Her eyes expressed great surprise. The girl burned her hands with hot milk, which also affected her condition. And surprise. The girl's mother simply said not to touch Angelica because she is not feeling well and gets easily irritated. Stephanie apologized despite the burning pain in her hands. She was told to take out the trash and leave. The mother kept asking her daughter what happened to her and what hurt her. Angelica screamed that her stomach felt like it was bursting with pain, and it was very difficult for her. The girl's mother hugged her and apologized to her, saying it was her fault and that she was born like this because of her. The main character, hearing this, could barely contain her emotions, and her words trying to remain silent, as the emotions did not come out. She kept them inside and showed them physically, and squeezed the rag with the fragments. Looking at this scene, the main character tried harder and harder to contain her emotions. To avoid seeing this picture, Stephanie said she would go prepare dinner. She quickly ran out of the room so as not to interfere with the mother and the daughter, hugging herself and enduring this pain. The girl remembered her past life, but she feared that, if she told her mother, she would think she was crazy. Looking out the window, she thought that no one would believe her fairy tales and inventions. The thing is, the main character was reborn as one of the characters in the novel called The Great Mage's Beloved. The story tells about a girl with an unfortunate destiny who meets a mage who, with the help of his power, helps restore the homeland and the ancient greatness of the main character. The girl's name is Angelica Lana Billist. That is, the younger sister of the main character. It was very ironic that our girl was reborn as the elder sister of the main character. She was sure she was in the world of that very novel because she clearly remembered its plot. Her family are descendants of the royal family of the eastern country of Isabel. Despite all the greatness of her family, they all went through difficult times then. Especially them. They had to flee their homeland and then settle down and stay in this villa for a while. The girl Angelica lives here, who has poor health since childhood. Also an overprotective mother, who is said to dust off the smallest speck from her younger child. Only Stephanie remains, who picks up the broken dishes and washes the floor. Since her family are refugees, they have no servants nor power, nor money in this country. Because of this, our heroine has to do all the housework herself to be able to live cleanly. And although she has been living in this world for a long time, she still doesn't remember what this character's role is in the novel. She reasoned that she was a common supporting character, an ordinary one that did not affect the plot in any way. That older daughter whom no one pays attention to or loves, but who is only remembered when something needs to be done in the house, who regrets every day that God gave this life to an unfortunate older sister. In fact, in this role, she feels like she is in hell on earth, where she is ordered to follow orders. She has to work as a waiter with a smile on her face to earn at least some money. She apologizes for the wait and serves those who want their pork chops with vegetables. Listen to already drunk guests asking for another glass of intoxicating beer. At night in her free time, she performs this ordinary job in an unusual way. After all, to hide her identity, she poses as Ash, the young man who works in this bar. This establishment is a very popular place, for which they pay workers a lot of money. She has to work every day, and that's why she is very tired. But the challenge of playing the role of an older sister cheers her up. At least at night, the customer who ordered beer asked if everything was all right with Ash, because this time he looked a little pale. Stephanie said everything was fine, but the customer saw everything that supposedly made him feel bad. Pointing to his face, he noticed the paleness of his skin. Well, when pointing to his hands, that all that remains of him is skin and bones, and that he is too frail to be a boy. He even found a doctor sitting calmly at the bar and told him to look at his waiter Ash. The protagonist repeated that everything was fine, but more and more customers said he needed a rest. They all said that job would lead him to the grave. But the girl did not change her mind and said that such a rest would be unnecessary. Before she could finish the sentence, a strong cough interrupted her, and out of decency, the heroine managed to bring her hand to her mouth. Not noticing the coughed-up blood on her hand, she said everything was fine, it was just a cold. After finishing the sentence, the friendly waiter Ash saw a bloody hand. She was surprised, and the other boys who said she needed a day off were simply astonished. The bar manager told Ash not to worry and to go to the doctor, that everything would be free. A young doctor with glasses immediately ran over and picked up the main character. Stephanie did not calm down and said that she really needed to rest more. But overall, everything was fine. The doctor sitting next to her said that he didn't think as well as she did. After all, the doctor was surprised how this barman was still standing so confidently, since all the symptoms point to a very rare disease, and incurable called yuga. At that moment, Stephanie seemed to have fallen from the ground, and there was no face left on her. Slowly, she began to remember what happened to this minor heroine. She remembered how she read about this disease in books, and what additional damage her health would suffer. And this is not the loss of a beloved mage who is destined to be with the heroine's younger sister. The worst thing about this disease is that later the relatives sitting next to her will mourn her. This disease causes the gradual cessation of the functioning of all parts of the body. A cold sweat ran down the waiter Ash, because she remembered everything that would happen next. A young doctor sat next to her and said in a trembling voice that no one had yet invented a cure for this disease. Unfortunately for the main character, This character will have a very terrible end. And painful. It was clear why the main character didn't remember anything about Stephanie, since she was only mentioned at the beginning. The character, the elder sister herself, who worked at night as Ash's waitress. She thought about it, so she decided to ask the doctor sitting opposite her how much time she had left to live. He, in turn, remained silent at first, and couldn't even utter a couple of words. He simply clenched his teeth. He still had to tell the truth. The symptoms were already obvious, as well as the fact that I had little time left to live. Ash was not satisfied with this answer. She wanted to know exactly, as accurately as possible, to have time to calculate and figure everything out. For the doctor, these questions were even more painful, because he himself was suppressing his emotions at that moment. The doctor said that Ash would be lucky if she lived another 3 months. But that death could come sooner. The doctor looked at the poor waiter and repeated that there was still no cure for this disease, and that he could not help in any way. His gaze fell to the floor, and he continued to apologize endlessly to the patient because he was helpless here. Stephanie, seeing how upset the doctor was, decided to cheer him up and approached him, telling him to raise his head. She continued to reassure him and told him that he had no reason to worry, that in the end, everything would be fine. The doctor could not hold back anymore, and, looking forward, he said that it would no longer be normal for him. Suddenly, the doctor fell silent, and his emotional outburst was replaced by a look of great surprise. He saw a smiling Ash who said, or rather promised, that everything would be fine for him. Stephanie was barely allowed to leave work in that condition, and the time had come to be alone with her thoughts. After all, everyone in the bar got drunk from the pain and started crying in advance for the death of their barman. Yes, the girl was surprised that these common and ordinary bar customers were more worried than her own family. The internal conversation inside the main character was interrupted by an incomprehensible sound she heard. Stopping, she decided to look around to understand where the source of the sound was. Turning her head towards the bushes, she saw a silhouette running past her that was clearly in a hurry somewhere. A young man ran out and scared the girl walking in front of Stephanie. Imagine her surprise when she turned around and saw another person on the street at night. The emotions on his face changed. He seemed uncomfortable about something, and immediately asked the heroine what this rabble was doing here. Hearing this, the girl, tired after work, stood there and decided not to say anything. The guy kept staring at Stephanie and looking her up and down. He saw work clothes worn only by those who work for other people and do not have property of their own. The phrases of this guy cannot be stopped. He laughed at the tired girl and said that she was a servant. The girl, who had recently been scared by her friend, also laughed along with him. He laughed that such riffraff smelling of smoke from a mile away lives in such a large mansion. All our heroine could do was sigh and recall what happened to her family during this time. After all, since moving to this villa, the girl began to notice all the changes in the house. Things started disappearing from their new place of residence, as if someone was periodically robbing their house. Despite all the vile insults, she asked passers-by what they were doing near her house. The guy shouted indignantly and began to say loudly that this was not the business of a common commoner. And ordinary. Well, if so, then our heroine was about to go home. But these guys stopped her. They seemed serious and changed their postures to more offensive ones. At this, the girl, who looked nice, said that if Stephanie told anyone that she saw them here, then she and her family would be upset. And after the girl, who was already running away, threats flew that they could get rid of the whole family. With difficulty breathing and sweat on her face, the protagonist arrived home, and she was happier than usual. There was really no time to celebrate this because her attention was intercepted by a chance encounter on the stairs. It was the younger sister, who was unhappy with the older one's delay on the way home. Angelica expressed hostility, saying that the older one was walking around different bars, while the younger one was dying of illness. Stephanie was surprised by such words, since there was no mention of any fun. But she misunderstood everything. The younger sister kept looking at the older one, but it was as if she showed no emotion. Or had too many. Addressing her older sister, she asked if she was bothered by such a miserable existence in the world. After all, when they were born, their disadvantage was that they were born with cursed eyes. The curse of the eyes lies in their yellow color, and all royal families have blue ones. So no one rejoiced at their birth. Angelica said she envied her sister because she only cares about her eyes, and she can walk calmly on the street. She felt like a caged bird, weak and always suffering, destined to rot here. Stephanie said with tears in her eyes that her younger sister was completely mistaken in her statements. It is Angelica, the main protagonist of the novel, an exiled princess from an eastern country who will lose her older sister due to an incurable disease. At the beginning of the novel, she is a wicked girl. But after her sister's death, she changes. She becomes kinder. Her view of the world changes completely over time. And apparently this will happen soon, because her older sister begins to die. At that moment, the girl's mother approached and was surprised to see that her beloved daughter was not yet asleep. Stephanie also did not go unnoticed, whom her mother only glanced at. Turning back to her younger daughter, she told her that she needed to go to her room, because it was cold in the corridors at night. Angelica turned sharply and went with her mother to her bedroom. Our protagonist, with cold sweat on her face, as if she had barely made up her mind. She called her mother. She continued walking as if she hadn't heard her. But the older daughter called again. With a dissatisfied face, the girl's mother turned to the elder one and asked what she wanted. To Stephanie's statement that they needed to talk about something, my mother asked if it could wait until tomorrow. The girl did not stop and said she wanted to tell her mother something very important. The mother continued, following her younger daughter into the room, and stopped the older daughter's speech with a loud shout of Stephanie's name, but continued with her story that the daughter was behaving very selfishly and, in general, the mother needed to sleep. At that moment, it was as if the protagonist had a few more scratches on her heart, because her family didn't need her. Already lying in bed, she talked about death. That would happen soon, but unfortunately it was inevitable. She was destined to die a second time. But her last wish was to see Mr. Shineal, the great mage Shineal Crowley, favorite character of this novel, and Angelica's future husband. Before going to bed, she thinks she wants to see him live at least with one eye. Not just read his description, but to see him, smell him, and observe his facial expressions. Just by looking at him, she can be calmed forever. But suddenly, this reflection is interrupted. She abruptly got out of bed with a slight cry of the word stop, as if an idea had occurred to her. This was indeed the case. An interesting thought occurred to her, and wonderful about it. Looking out the window, which showed the night sky with stars and a very large moon, she got an idea. She realized that nothing prevented her from seeing this character live. It didn't hurt her because she now literally lives in this novel and can see all the sights from within. Shaking her head, she decided that since she was destined to die, she needed to fulfill her last wish. Having slapped her cheeks, she encouraged herself to take bolder actions and decisions. She opened her eyes, yellow from the curse, and decided to fulfill her last wish. My most precious last wish before I die is to see Mr. Shineal in reality. Walking through the rainy city, Stephanie, expecting nothing that evening, walked and thought about her wish. Suddenly, a young man walked towards her. He looked very familiar to her. She recognized him as a doctor. The young doctor himself was surprised by what he saw, because before him were Ash's eyes. But this was a beautiful girl. He asked if her waiter was really this beautiful girl, to which she received an answer with a simple nod. The protagonist told the young doctor that she had come to thank him and say goodbye. He asked where this fragile girl was going next. And sick, Stephanie said with a smile on her face that her destiny was the Central Lands. The doctor thought about it and said that it was a reasonable decision, because there may be doctors there who are developing a cure for her disease. He also expresses other thoughts that in this state it is dangerous for her. Here, alone. The girl, with a smile on her face, says that it's okay because this is her last and selfish wish before her imminent death. Raising his hands, the doctor pronounces the phrase that if this action is so desired, no one has the right to stop her. Stephanie was a little surprised by the doctor's reaction. It was noticeable from her facial expressions. She bowed to thank the doctor for revealing the truth to her, to which the doctor, with a calm soul, and without remorse of conscience, said that it was his duty. The girl was again surprised by the doctor's words, because it seemed to her that he should have answered differently. She even felt a little embarrassed, but she still thanked the doctor again. This bespectacled boy asked if she wanted to return to the bar and say goodbye to all the boys. Bowing her head, she replied that she would be very happy, but that it was time to leave. The raindrops that fell on them that night still hovered over this short conversation. Looking at the girl's back and seeing her leave, the doctor seemed to swallow his tongue. The doctor, not knowing the real name of this beautiful girl, called her by the name he knew. It was Ash. He told her that he did not know if they would ever see each other again, but he asked her to promise him that she would fight for every minute of her life. Now the girl was stunned by the boy's words, and again found herself in a slightly unusual situation. She said that she promised to fight until her last breath, but she wanted to say something else. She introduced herself as Stephanie Lana Billist and asked him to remember it. Now the doctor found himself in an awkward situation and was very surprised by these words. The girl watched the young doctor's reaction with a smile on her face. She again bowed her head to this young man, saying goodbye to him. She turned around and went on with her business. And the doctor looked at her back because what else could he do? The young doctor gradually began to realize who was now in front of him and served at the bar before. She was a member of the royal family, very famous for her last name. And unfortunately, he also realized that because of her eyes since birth, no one needed her. The irony of her life is that her current life is no different from her past. She has a sick younger sister and an overprotective mother, while she herself, the older sister, who was forced to work every day to be able to provide her sister with expensive treatment. It was like a kind of déjà vu for her, that reality. And the story of the book character began to coincide. This girl's previous life with an interesting fate ended a long time ago. The reason for all this was again overwork. Because while working, she spared no effort. This time she is dying of an incurable disease. It's not luck, Stephanie thought. After all, both lives are similar. In both, you feel like you are in hell. The girl clutched her heart because she remembered that there is a reason to live in this world. This reason is Shinyul Crowley, the great mage she wants to tell. The girl woke up with the final decision in her head that she lived her past life for the sake of someone. And now she will live for the sake of her wishes. However, she embarked on a journey where she wants to find her great mage. The carriage has just arrived in the city. A magic city where you don't use carts for transportation, but you can fly through the air on brooms. You can also use magic, if of course you have the opportunity to do so. This is how the homeland of mages, called the Central Lands, seemed so unusual for a girl. With a tremor in her hand, the girl realized that it was in this city that Shinyul himself lived. There were 4 kingdoms in total, like the 4 directions of the world. Our girl was from the eastern lands of Isabel. In addition to the kingdoms, a new land appeared, the homeland of mages and sorcerers. Stephanie looked around and observed what was happening around her, recalling the characteristics of the local population. By nature, locals are very proud, arrogant, and dislike strangers, so you shouldn't attract attention. Reading this novel before, she thought the author was exaggerating about the arrogant inhabitants of the land until she saw it all herself. The mages began to resolve everything, even the slightest dispute about who was behind whom in line. With the help of spells, they don't think their actions can offend anyone. This time it could be Stephanie. Buildings literally collapsed before our eyes because the mages could not contain their strength and energy. The girl barely had time to look around to see a fireball again, or the healing lightning bolt. She ducked down and protected her head from the rocks, and fragments of buildings flying everywhere. She trembled and wondered if this time had already passed, or if she had already found herself in the other world. Suddenly, a voice began to ask her if she was all right, and if she was not injured in any way. The girl began to look around to see her savior. It wasn't the first time she had seen him, and literally decided that she was imagining everything. The voice repeated the phrase again, but now it contained different words. That he was shorter than what she was looking for. It was a small boy with green eyes who pronounced all his words very carefully due to some embarrassment. Stephanie was impressed with this boy. He seemed very sweet and handsome to her. He said that the girl in front of him was probably normal. That is, a girl without abilities. He also advised her not to stay here, because it was dangerous for her here. And he was in shock because without having time to do anything, they found out that she had no abilities. The boy, crossing his arms at his waist, said that these old farts are tired of their eternal disputes. In battles, the main character asked him, since he was local, if he could stop them in some way. After all, if no one does this, then these mages and sorcerers can destroy the entire city in their dispute. The boy reassured her by telling her that this would never happen while the great master was in his city. The girl immediately understood who this master referred to was her goal, and her dream before dying. As soon as she thought of him, a new mage appeared in the sky, who had never participated in the battle before. At first, clear outlines were not visible. Just a human figure wrapped in a cloak was sitting above the city. The girl was shocked by what she saw, because she wanted to believe that he was the great mage. A defeated mage was clearly unhappy about being knocked against the wall like that, and she wanted to find out who he was and beat him up. Her decision changed quickly when she saw a man in the sky, thanks to whom the entire city is held together. His voice immediately seemed to overcome everyone and scare them when he said who dared to disturb his peace. The mages who were previously arguing fell to their knees and began to beg forgiveness from the great mage, saying they didn't want to bother him. This did not help them in any way, because an attack spell was already forming in the sorcerer's hand. It was aimed specifically at them. After using it, they were etched onto the local clock tower. After this, they already lay powerless, and they couldn't do anything, despite their considerable abilities. The boy observed the girl's reaction to all this because it could frighten her greatly. He even started asking her if she was all right and how she felt after this. Stephanie looked at the great mage and admired him with tears in her eyes. She looked at him and already saw all the outlines, him all in reality and not in her fantasies. There were tears in her eyes, but they were tears of joy that her dream began to come true so quickly. The mage simply turned in the air, as if he was about to leave for his own business. The girl could barely stand, gathering all her thoughts in her head and clenching her fingers into a fist. She decided on the next action. She ran towards the mage's flight and shouted at Mr. Shineal to stop. These actions were enough to reach him, and he could hear everything. When the supreme mage turned around, the girl said she apologized for disturbing his soul, as if she didn't expect such a turn of events. She fell into a stupor for several brief moments. "I love you with all my heart, Mr. Shineal," Stephanie shouted with all her might. What was expected after this was a face of surprise, and a question of what from the great sorcerer. They looked at each other for a while and didn't look away. But this would not last long. The girl was shocked by his words, since she decided to say them only after seeing him. The great and powerful mage was left with a dissatisfied look, looking at the girl unknown to him. Suddenly, he turned his back on the girl, as if nothing had happened between them. Stephanie, without having time to say a word, saw her dream disappear before her eyes. He said to wait and extended his hand, hoping that would help. But not this time. She lowered her hand and gaze. She was very upset by the situation that had happened, and seemed to have given up all hope. It seemed as if a new aura and sad had formed over her, surrounding her out of despair. Footsteps were heard from behind. It was the little one himself, asking how the girl was feeling. The girl began to apologize for what she saw, and to thank him for her own salvation from the spell. She also decided to find out his name. The boy said that he was always happy to help her, and that his name was Yuchi. The young mage himself asked the name of his new girlfriend. She replied with her real name, and hid nothing, like in the bar. He said that the name was very nice, but he asked her if he could call her by the shorter name. And Short Fanny, the main character, allowed the little mage to call her by a shorter name, which made her very happy. The girl was internally jealous of this boy, because he felt great joy over a simple resolution. The boy asked his new acquaintance what she had come to the Central Lands for a magical request. She lowered her head to be on Yuchi's level, and said that this was her reason. The magical request was invented a long time ago, when the Four Kingdoms were still afraid of the Central Lands. Requests for help from any part of the continent arrive here in the Central Lands, and the mages undertake to fulfill them. This is precisely the goal that Stephanie told the little sorcerer, to which he replied that he himself was ready to help her. Despite his young age, she apologized and said that she had come to these lands to ask Shinyul. The boy was surprised, and this emotion consisted in that he told her that this was simply not realistic. After all, there are no guarantees that it will be the master who fulfills her request. The thing is that special services are working on it, determining the complexity of the request, and all that, and then choosing a mage to fulfill it. The girl was already annoyed, but the boy, wanting to comfort her, asked her to tell him her request so he could evaluate it, and tell her the probability that the foreman on duty would take it on. Stephanie had already bowed her head because she no longer believed in her plan, because she was unaware of such a distribution policy. The boy kept looking at her and wondering why she wanted to go to this particular mage. And he asked her a question. He asked if she suddenly wanted to wish to become the wife of a great mage. The girl almost stepped back from such questions, and replied that she definitely did not have such a request. She was surprised to be wrong because she had just confessed her love to the great sorcerer. She replied that she did not want to marry, but she said it because she was nothing more than a simple fan. Yuchi began to apologize for his ridiculous statement, and said that many girls came with that wish because everyone wants his wealth. Stephanie remembered that, in reality, the original novel described who wanted to marry him. The boy said that if she doesn't want to marry, he can arrange a personal meeting for them. The main character immediately began to worry because how? When, where could all this happen? The boy says he can arrange it, even though it is forbidden. He asked to keep it secret, and secret between the two of them so that no one finds out. The girl, without thinking twice, nodded her head and promised not to tell anyone. The happy boy said excellent, and that now they would go where the master was, and he would snap his fingers. After this, her hat and her suitcase began to fly over the girl. Having flown from other places, the hat landed right on the girl's head, and the suitcase flew straight into her hands. After returning her things, the boy began to take her suitcase, since it is forbidden for a girl to carry heavy things according to decency rules. He fastened the suitcase to the end of his broom and invited Stephanie to sit behind him. The girl cautiously approached him, and at the same time clumsily sat on a broom floating in the air. They hurried. The boy was happy to be able to carry his new friend on a broom, and the girl held his hat so it wouldn't fly away. They flew to the same place, the castle where the great mage of the Central Lands lives. In an instant, the girl was covered in cold sweat, and in some kind of uncomfortable state for her. The great sorcerer Shinyul sat on his throne opposite her, and looked at her, The girl thought to herself that, of course, she dreamed of meeting him. But obviously not in that atmosphere. Yuchi flew to the castle, escorted her to the throne room, and simply ran away to avoid any punishment. The mage got tired of watching the weak girl, and trembling, and ordered her to say what she wanted. The main character realized that she had no other choice, which meant that she needed to tell him something so that everything would turn out well for her. To begin with, she thanked him for receiving her, despite the fact that he was very busy in the castle. She said that her request is that, as a mage of the Central Lands, she asks to live in the castle for only 2 months. The mage was surprised by such audacity, and seemed to become even more serious in his expression. Shinyul replied that if this was a joke, then she could lose her life in this case. The girl looked at him nervously because she understood that this was really possible. This meant that she had to be very careful when communicating with him. After all, he can really kill her for her words. Such was the man Shinyul Crowley. She thought that in any case, she wouldn't mind dying at his hands, since the illness would soon arrive for her. The girl decided that since she had come so far, she couldn't back down and replied that it was not a joke. But Crowley's gaze did not change. "My name is Stephanie Lana Billist, and I am the heir to the princess of the Eastern Kingdom," said the girl. The great mage was surprised that such a special girl asked to live with him for 2 months. Anticipating the question, she immediately said that she was not born with royal blue eyes, but yellow. Despite her eye color, royal blood still flows in her veins, even though she was expelled from her throne. These laws do not apply to her in the Central Lands. This means that regardless of her exile in these lands, she can receive protection and support from them. She continued by saying that she didn't understand that she couldn't use the services forever, and that she wanted to go to other continents later. However, she has no money or documents to sail to another continent. To earn money, she asks to stay in this castle for 2 months, and then he won't see her. The great sorcerer listened to all this, but still wondered what this had to do with him, and with the whole story. The main character was surprised that he hadn't yet accepted. "Let's just say you are truly a princess. What's the point of having you here?" The mage asked the girl. The girl remembered that all mages fulfill their requests only for their own benefit, which means they must offer him something he cannot refuse. Then she gathered all her strength and picked up her head, telling her potential savior that she would explain everything to him now. The great mage Shinyul Crowley asked the girl if this was really related to the full moon night. She, with a confident gaze and a clenched fist, said yes and asked if he hated her. After all, the powers of mages grow along with the growth of the full moon. All mages feel an incredible amount of power during the full moon. Only the one in these lands cannot stand this day of great power. This person, or rather the mage, is the most powerful sorcerer on this day. His power gets out of control and brings him extraordinary pain. Only Stephanie knew this because she had already read the novel she was now in, realizing that she already felt a lot of pain. Because the full moon was soon, she took out a medicine that, according to her, would help him cope with the pain. She began to carefully examine this bottle from a distance, and then decided to look closer. To do this, she moved only one finger, as demonstrated by the spell. The medicine flew out of the hands of the young heiress of one of the kingdoms, and went to the mage. He took it in his hands and began to examine it carefully, trying to understand what was wrong with it. He even used the spell to see a more detailed report on it. The main character said that there was no poison there, and that if he didn't believe her, he could drink it right now. The great mage continued looking at this elixir. That could relieve his torment. He made a decision and abruptly opened the bottle, taking off the cap and the neck of the bottle. He started drinking all the contents of this small bottle in one gulp. He knew the recipe because he had read about it in this novel before, and remembered the complete cooking recipe. The mage initially uttered no word. After finishing drinking, he continued looking at this bottle. Shinyul Crowley wiped his lips and said that, surprisingly, He felt better. The girl was very happy about this fact, because it meant that the elixir really worked. After this, the sorcerer asked what the duration of action of this elixir was. The girl replied that it would not last long, and recommended using it only the night before the full moon. The sorcerer's tone changed, and he started asking the guest where she got the drug recipe from. She said tenderly on her face that a good mage taught her. The great mage's tone of voice became even sterner, and he asked who that mage was. The girl replied that she could not tell him the name of the sorcerer who taught her this. The sorcerer continued to stare at her intently, tensing the situation around him so that she would confess. Stephanie replied that if she gave the name of the sorcerer, then the great mage would no longer need to fulfill her request. This man was Shiniel Crowley himself in the book, because one of those nights he was in pain, and Angelica tried to help him in every possible way. She greatly regretted that it was necessary to use knowledge from the original story. The main character thinks that her actions will not greatly affect the outcome of the novel. The happy one with Angelique forming an attack spell. The great mage said that this girl was too brave for a simple one. Before the girl had time to realize what she had heard, she already felt a push on her shoulder. What followed was a strong pressure against the floor. This was done by a great mage. He sat on top of her and raised the dagger directly above her head. The girl clearly did not expect such a reaction. He slowly began to bring the tip of the knife directly to the throat of his guest, who had come with a request. She was surprised to find herself in such a situation and, literally, her whole life passed before her eyes. The mage said it was time to confess everything, but Stephanie did not understand what he meant. She asked that it be her who confessed her love to him when they were both in the city. The girl knew that the mage was not interested in girls or relationships, so she didn't think he would remember her phrase. "This is very convenient for you. You found a medicine that cures me, and now you're asking to spend the night. Maybe to seduce me," said Crowley. The girl looked at him with great surprise. She barely had time to utter the word that she was immediately interrupted. "I see through those people, because you are not interested in my life and my feelings," said the mage. "All you need is the status of a great mage's wife." "Right?" the sorcerer asked the girl. The protagonist was clearly not happy with these questions being asked of her. She immediately tensed up and clenched her fist. She replied that he was completely mistaken in his statements. In thoughts about her, now the owner of the castle was astonished and looked surprised by the sharpness and confidence of the girl. Stephanie is confident and clearly raised her head because she knew what she wanted from all this. She knew what needed to be said. Looking directly into his eyes, she began to say a phrase that demonstrated self-confidence. And in her actions, "I don't know what happened with the other girls, but I like you very much, Mr. Crowley. You are not obliged to love me yourself, but you also have no right to say that my feelings are not real." Now there is clearly surprise on Shiniel Crowley's face. He is clearly surprised by the girl's determination. The girl remembered that she had fallen in love with this mage a long time ago, when her life was full of failures and misfortunes, when she had to work an extra job. Only the coat was an escape when she was distracted by a book, in class and in all her free time. When she was sad and down, she reread her favorite passages related to Shiniel. What surprised Shiniel the most was the phrase that she was not going to become his wife. "Yes, I like you, but in 2 months I will leave the castle, and I do not intend to change my plans," said Stephanie. The surprise of Mr. Crowley gradually changed when he realized what he had just said. Immediately, a new spell, similar to lightning, began to form in his hand, and suddenly disappeared somewhere. And the great mage himself moved away from the girl and sat down next to her. He looked directly into her face with his red eyes, through her ash-gray hair. The main character looked at him and seemed pleasantly surprised by the current situation. Still, she did not take her eyes off the man she liked, and whom she saw in reality. Mr. Crowley, with a smile on his face, asked the girl if she really loved him. The girl was very surprised by the question and was in shock from the question. She couldn't even utter a word immediately because she was still enjoying her beloved. Her facial expression suddenly changed to a smile. She replied that it was true. She loved him very much. Now Shinyeol was once again in shock at the girl's seriousness. Still, having sorted out her thoughts, he decided to give his opinion in this situation. He even smiled a little at her words, as if preparing some cunning plan. He simply replied that he was willing to fulfill her request. Come what may. The girl was pleasantly surprised, and at first didn't even believe it. So she decided to find out if it was true. Mr. Crowley confirmed the words spoken earlier, nodding his head and saying the word yes. That's why I will live lower than the grass and quieter than the water. The girl promised the great mage. Still, the question in her head remained unclear why he asked her about her feelings for him. To which he replied that he was once again convinced of one of his opinions. The girl wondered what it was and asked him what he meant by that. He replied immediately that it meant she was perfect for the role of his fiancée. The girl couldn't help the smile that immediately appeared on her face and didn't even believe what she was hearing. Seeing this whole reaction, he asked her if she was even listening to everything he was saying. Stephanie replied that she heard everything, but she still didn't understand what it was about. He replied as if nothing had happened, that she was his ideal fiancée. The protagonist did not understand why all this was happening, but deep down, she was very happy about this phrase. She reasoned that she was a fiancée, which meant that he himself wanted her to marry him. Why did he say that? Because, in the original novel, Mr. Crowley only loves Angelique. She literally didn't understand what had just happened, and what she had to do with it. The ear-to-ear smile on her face was immediately visible. But Shinyeol continued so that she wouldn't get the wrong idea. He said that girls come every month to confess their love. He thought he should get married to avoid this, and she is the ideal candidate. Although the girl looked into her beloved's eyes, she understood that this marriage was most likely fictitious. After all, she still doesn't need anyone's love or any relationship with anyone. Due to his status as a great mage, he gained control over the central lands, and he is also considered the most powerful ruler. To put it even more simply, if you win the heart and love of Shinyeol, you will get a new status. The status of the most powerful person on the continent. That's why he suspected her, because every second she wanted the status of the wife of the most powerful person on the continent. The girl reasoned that she was not against a fictitious marriage, but she would die in 3 months, and in 2 months she would have to leave the castle completely. That's why she decided to ask the sorcerer if he was really satisfied with everything. Because she would leave the castle in 2 months, their union will not last long, and due to the quick marriage, they won't be able to avoid several rumors. To all these arguments, Mr. Crowley gave a simple answer. And clear, none of this bothers him. He continued by saying that, as a fiancée, her stay here would not be so strange and suspicious. After all, besides Mr. Shinyeol, many other mages live in the castle. If the ordinary woman starts living here without any status, she will attract a lot of attention and sidelong glances. Stephanie reflected on this in her head before giving the mage an exact answer. She replied with a clear decision that she accepted such conditions in her favor. The mage himself smiled, looking at the girl, and said that then they agreed between themselves. Here she was already asking other questions. How should she behave now that her status was changing? The great sorcerer seemed uncomfortable and said that all this was unnecessary. Still, he said that it was worth assigning her a bodyguard, and that, if she had any requests, she should contact him. The protagonist was still surprised that a bodyguard was assigned to her. Mr. Crowley stared directly into her face with a serious expression. Suddenly, there was a knock in the room. Shinyeol reacted immediately. He turned and said to let them in. Another purple-haired mage entered and asked the Great One if that was his name. Moreover, he addressed his mentor as a master. which once again emphasized his greatness. Stephanie looked at this sorcerer wondering who else he might be. This young man's expression changed when he saw the girl in this building. Moreover, she is an ordinary girl who possesses neither magic nor any power. Immediately, there was a questioning expression that one of the crazy fans had penetrated him again. He asked for a second to have time to get rid of her. But the main sorcerer stopped him with his phrase that she was his fiancée. At that moment, the student's shock was at its peak. He didn't even understand how this was possible. Shinyul Crowley continued by saying that this girl's safety is now the full responsibility of this mage. The subordinate was shocked by all the events. What? Security is my concern. Some kind of fiancé? He wondered. Well, since everything is clear now, then let's get to work now, said the archmage. Before the purple mage had time to say a word in response, Mr. Crowley disappeared into the portal. Now the newly named fiancé and the newly appointed guard were left alone in this room. The girl recognized the character of Chinyul. That's exactly how he appeared to the main character. The fiancé's bodyguard said he didn't understand anything. But since the master said so, then it must be done. The girl immediately decided to meet a new person in her life and introduced herself to the mage by her name. That she was called Stephanie. The mage also introduced himself, saying his name was Elliot, and that he was the great master's right hand. The girl did not recognize this character. She did not remember what kind of person he was, and appeared in the book. They stood facing each other, and both wondered who was now in front of them, because they stared so intently. The purple one thought the girl was captivated by his beauty. He was very narcissistic, and believed that it was precisely because of his beauty that he was the master's right hand. He said that this was his gift and his curse. What can be done if he was born so handsome and ideal? The girl thought he was a very peculiar person. But he didn't stop talking. He continued telling her something. How hard it is for me to live with this face, he said, and Stephanie had a bad feeling towards him. A couple of hours later, he was still saying that girls were fighting because of him, and he was still trying to calm them down. Stephanie simply had no words for all this. She seemed to burn with shame inside. Elliot kept talking about himself, and about himself, how hard so much attention was. The girl barely called him, and she began to say that she thought it was time to end the conversation about his beauty for today. She also drew his attention to the time of day. But it was already night. She also mentioned that from today she would live in the castle, and she would like to relax. He realized that the girl might be really tired, so he began to apologize. Elliot realized that he had talked too much about himself, and said that he had accompanied her to her chambers. Two new acquaintances walked through the castle, walking through wide corridors where only candles were lit. The main character looked at the nape of her bodyguard's neck, and was surprised that before it was impossible to shut him up. But now he is simply silent. They kept walking and walking, because the castle was really huge, and they couldn't cover it all in 5 minutes. Everything was fine, silence, footsteps towards the newlyweds' rest. But then the silence was interrupted. He said that she is one of the most attractive people in the world. At the same time, he continued saying that the great mage, Shinyul Crowley, was truly perfect. It wasn't even about beauty or magic, but about the fact that he was like a solitary rose in the garden that no one dared to touch. The purple-haired mage spoke about his thoughts. But these are only his thoughts. Others may have different thoughts. The girl was surprised how the narcissistic mage exalted someone above himself. "Listen, Stephanie," said the young sorcerer. And she asked what exactly, and a little shaky in his voice. He told her that he loves beautiful things that seem ideal to him very much, and hates those who try to dishonor his beauty. And the status of fiancé discredits his master's image. The girl started to sweat cold from those words, and she got goosebumps. The purple-haired mage just looked at the floor, as if some kind of plan had already occurred to him. Then he simply started to laugh. It was not clear if it was a sinister laugh, or the same kind of laugh when telling some kind of joke. Stephanie got increasingly scared by this, and the situation between the two became less pleasant. Elliot kept laughing and asked her why she made that face. Because he knows that the fiancé status is fake. Although he was surprised that his master needed such a fake fiancé, he decided to check with the girl if he was right. The girl smiled and said that he was thinking correctly, and that everything was due to the circumstances so that she could live in this castle. This might be true now, but I think only your status will unite you, said the bodyguard. The main character didn't fully understand which gender he was referring to with this, and asked to be told a bit more. He continued by saying that his master was a very attractive young man, and that it wouldn't be surprising to fall in love with him. After all, she cannot guarantee the behavior of her feelings after 2 months of living together. The girl started making excuses, saying that she didn't need this, and that it definitely wouldn't work. But then the boy's index finger touched her lips, telling her to shut up with his actions. Then his figure seemed to rise above the girl, and he said that the master would never love her. In the end, he recommended always remembering this. No matter what happens. Stephanie just remained silent, as if she had a lump in her throat, and couldn't say anything. Then he pointed to the hallway door and said that this room was intended for her. No one had lived in this room for a long time, which caused dust to accumulate on all possible surfaces. The girl started to sneeze and cough because of this, surprised that for others it was only a little dust. The purple mage said that the order had been given to find her a room, and this was the only one available. According to him, the girl only thanked the sorcerer and said that she understood everything. She also added that Mr. Crowley also assigned her a bodyguard, although he was not obliged to do so, for which she is very grateful to him. Elliot was surprised by the girl's grateful action. Still, cleaning here doesn't hurt, the girl thought. The guard mage added that he does not advise her to leave the room alone. Otherwise, something terrible could happen to her. Stephanie asked what could happen in such a protected place. The mage said nothing. He just smiled at the question asked, as if it didn't exist. Then he left the room completely, bidding good night to my lady, whom he was supposed to protect. The door slammed shut, causing the dust in the room to rise into the air, enveloping the entire space already. The girl was left alone in the room, as if she were even left alone in the whole world. She took a break and decided that she needed to start cleaning here so as not to live on dirt. She started with the tablecloth, and as soon as she lifted it, the amount of dust seemed to increase 1,000,000 times. The main character coughed again because of this, and only managed to cover her mouth with her palm. Compared to life in the mansion where her mother was, and her sister, this place seemed like paradise to her. She finally lay down on the bed, glad that this long day and interesting one had ended. At first she faced mage battles because of frivolous disputes, and there she was saved by a little boy. Then she saw her goal or dream. One could say of Overcoat Crowley himself. Despite the chaos of everything that had happened throughout the day, she was happy that everything had happened. She didn't even expect to meet the Supreme Mage on the first day. Then she felt a little embarrassed and cheerfully tossed in the crib, remembering one event. Stephanie remembered seeing the smile of a seemingly stern man. Apart from Elliot's bodyguard, the day had gone quite well. She thought, I would never have thought that meeting my favorite character alive, and in my right mind, and especially such positive moments, would have a good effect on her physical condition. And moral, the protagonist continued to comment on everything that happened, and she thought that her mother was shocked by her departure. If she had said goodbye to her in person, she would never have let her older daughter take that trip. Now she began to live up to her mother's words when she spoke of selfishness. She remembered what happened between them 3 days earlier. Stephanie, as always, was cleaning the mansion, simply washing a white rag in a basin. Mom was walking in a blue dress when her daughter, dressed in work clothes, called her. The girl, breathless from her work, asked what was wrong, to which the mother replied that she wanted to discuss something with her. A mother wanted to talk about her daughter's upcoming birthday. At the same time, the main character was completely surprised by this, because she had completely forgot about all of this. It is true that it will be in 2 months. Just before her next death, Angelica decided that she wanted to take revenge on the royal family for making her sister suffer. And her mother. She made this decision on the same day her older sister left the world forever. In this world, 16 years is the age of majority. What irony that Stephanie won't even live to see it. The mother continued by saying that Angelica's birthday this year must be celebrated in a special way, since she will be an adult. The girl fell silent, just pursed her lips, holding back some of her resentment. So, Stephanie, I need your help. I want to buy the dress that Angelica wanted so much, said the mother. She wanted to ask the main character to do this, but immediately interrupted her and apologized for having to refuse. As always, you only think of her. And now about her gift, so buy it yourself, said the girl. She believed that she wouldn't be there on her birthday anyway, and she saw no point in helping. Mom kept insisting, this is such a special day for your little sister. You really don't want to please her. To all this there was a brief and blunt answer that this was my special day. Mom was surprised by such actions from her older sister, who before only nodded her head at everything. We spoiled Angelica in every possible way, and this is already beyond reasonable. And then her words stopped with a loud shout. The mother shouted loudly the name of her older daughter, as if she had done something terrible. This scared the girl because she really couldn't even express her opinion. The mother continued, you are the older sister and therefore, you are obliged to go take care of your little sister. Stephanie only looked at her mother and remained silent in response. One could say she simply had no words. Don't you understand? Angelica was born sick and defenseless, shouted her mother. Unlike her, you are not a brood of sickness, and you can do whatever you want. It is difficult for you to please her on this day. Without only thinking about yourself, shouted my mother. To these statements, the protagonist had her own question if I were your younger daughter. Would you work just as hard for my happiness? Mom did not answer. She just asked her why she was asking such questions. That's easy, the daughter told her mother. But the mother replied that she was tired of arguing with her all the time. Then she turned around, thus avoiding continuing the developing conversation. The mother in her blue dress headed towards the door, indicating that she had put an end to the conversation. The younger daughter remembered this, and she convinced herself again why she left home without even saying goodbye. The girl opened her beautiful, but at the same time cursed yellow eyes. She woke up and started to realize that this memory was just a dream. After this, her throat dried up, and she got out of bed wanting a drink. Her gaze abruptly fell on another part of the room, as if something unusual was happening there. A cold sweat appeared on her face, and her expression changed to one of fear. Outside the window, she saw large red eyes that seemed to be right behind the glass. Fear began to consume her from within, as if all emotions had been stolen from her, except fear. The red eyes, one could even say bloodshot, kept looking at her, aggravating the situation in the room. They rushed back and forth, thus intimidating the girl who was in her new home. The girl was very scared. She could barely contain the whole range of emotions inside her. Stephanie held her hands with her hands so that not even a squeak would leak through them. Here the eye began to move even faster, but at the same time slowly disappeared and became more transparent. After this, the knees of the main character bent due to weakness throughout her body. She didn't understand what the hell it was, what happened to her, what it was about. She began to realize that she had already been warned about this a little earlier. She remembered Elliot's words that it was better not to leave the room alone because something terrible could happen to her. A tremor ran from my head to my fingertips. It was scary and nothing comfortable. In the morning, the girl told her bodyguard what had happened. but he was only surprised by the kind of red eyes they could have. "I have never heard of them, and I couldn't even imagine them," said Elliot with a smile. The girl was saddened by this news. She didn't understand how this could happen. She started saying that anything could be seen in the castle. Even spirits, demons, and fairies, although it could have been a young sorcerer who could not cope with his familiar. Stephanie continued to ask what guarantees her safety inside this room, since she cannot leave it. The purple mage, with a calm expression on his face, said that she could not feel safe in any corner of the central lands. The girl almost bit her tongue from those words. The words simply disappeared from her head. "Well, since there are no more questions, here is your breakfast," said the sorcerer with a smile. The girl looked at the food and was surprised by the amount of food on the tray. She said that she understood because they didn't have food for her in the castle, because she arrived unexpectedly. Looking at the portion, she asked if that was all. When there was one bun and a glass of water. Elliot smiled sarcastically and said that was the whole portion, or that the girl was unhappy with something. The protagonist simply remained silent, as if everything satisfied her, and there was no need to change anything. The mage simply waved his hand, saying that it was nice because she was completely satisfied with this. He turned around and pointed to the bathroom, where the girl could wash her things, and then he himself would go. Stephanie shouted at him to stop. She only had one question she wanted to ask. The purple sorcerer turned towards her only with his head. Even the rest of his body remained motionless. He asked if he could meet Mr. Scheinel. That's what interested him. To which he received a brief, but sad answer for her, that he had left the castle on urgent business. He also added that he would return only in 6 days, and that night the full moon would come. The girl smiled at this because she decided to prepare another portion of the medicine for his arrival. The bodyguard and his task were facing each other, and they looked into each other's eyes as if they didn't even blink. Elliot's gaze showed that he was already tired of her, and he was still waiting for her to finish all her questions. The girl understood this and thanked him for the warning, and that she could walk peacefully. The sorcerer only said "You're welcome," but in reality, the girl still had no idea what kind of torment he had in store for her. 5 days later, the following picture occurs. Stephanie holds her stomach with both hands. She was lying in the crib. She felt a great pain inside, as if somehow she was exhausted, or they were testing her for something. She was completely pale and very hungry these days. Elliot did everything to make her want to leave the castle alone. The girl saw him once a day, only when he brought her breakfast, which always consisted of bread and water. Due to one meal a day, it is difficult for her not only physically, but also mentally. Even moving around the room is difficult for her. Stephanie cannot sleep normally at night, because every time she is afraid of seeing those red eyes again. She trembled a lot. She understood that if this continued, she would die of hunger before illness. She sat on the bed, wondering what to do with everything that happened, because she didn't even have a place to return to her misfortune. And Elliot's, the protagonist, decided that she could not endure this any longer, and headed towards the door leading to the hallway. If she stays one more day in this room, tomorrow she won't even have the strength to open her eyes. She pulled the door handle and opened it, thus entering other spaces located in the castle. She walked as strongly as she could, but slowly they also left her body. Walking down the hallway, the girl even staggered a little, unintentionally, because she didn't have the strength to do so. Stephanie remembered her new friend, and the idea occurred to her to try to meet Yuchi. She kept walking down the hallway. Her head and thoughts were already completely downcast, just like her vitality. Then she heard conversations coming from nearby, about 30 meters from her. The girl looked towards the window, which was open to her right, because the sounds were coming from there. And the voices. She stops abruptly, as if she had seen something painfully familiar before. The protagonist realized that she had already seen these characters in the book. That had now become her life. There were 3 men and a pink-haired girl standing there, all discussing something. Stephanie recognized this girl as Magdalena Lively, the antagonist of the original story, who is madly in love with Shinyul. It was she who somehow prevented Angelique from getting close to him. Many readers were annoyed with Magdalena for her stubbornness and obstinacy. Several threats reached the fictional character in real life. They asked to remove this character from the book completely so that she would no longer exist. In the original, Shenyul Crowley tried to avoid Magdalena in various ways. The girl was afraid that they would take her as a wife, so that another fanatic of the mage would leave him behind. Most likely this is the case. But if I become Shenyul's fiancé, then I might be in danger in the person of a mad villain, the main character thought. Stephanie sneezed at that very moment, which increased the probability of an unwanted encounter. She leaned against the wall and decided that maybe not this time, and she should return to the room. The girl walked in the opposite direction to return to her place. The weakened body could barely move its legs, and every time she had to lean on something to support herself, everything around her seemed to be against her. She started sneezing again. The illness overcame her. First, she covered her mouth with her hand to prevent germs from flying. And then she looked at it. The hand was stained with blood again, which means the illness is getting worse due to that diet. Feeling weak, she fell to her knees and looked at her bloody hand. Her body also began to fall to one side, as if even her soul had left this exhausted organism. Almost reaching the bed, she lay dead on the floor. She was incredibly weak. Elliot walked down the hallway, thinking about how much this girl bothers him. He thought she would leave on the first day. As soon as she was brought to the castle, he started following her, but due to the magic the master cast in his office, he couldn't hear what the two were talking about. Then, having heard the master's wish, he immediately realized that he wanted to get rid of her. The purple mage thought, "It is true that, when I said so many new things about myself, I had to lie a little about my achievements. In fact, the master's right hand was a boy we already knew named Yuchi." Elliot believed that this would not last long, because he would soon scare the girl away, which means that the master would notice all her potential. This sorcerer also found out that Stephanie is the heir princess of an eastern country, and the master should not have wanted to expel her with rude methods. Paralyzed in his thoughts, this mage did not realize how he approached the master's door and told him that he had arrived. Magical runes appeared under the doors that gave access to everyone else. The purple mage entered his master's room with a look of great satisfaction, since he believed that he had completed the task. The supreme mage sat on his throne and watched his subordinate approaching him. He seemed to be looking with his gaze at the newcomer, awaiting from him various news that might be of interest to him. Elliot began to say with a smile that the girl would soon leave the castle, as his master wanted, but he was abruptly interrupted. The master's hand was already strangling his neck, and he still thought that he had done everything right, and that a promotion awaited him. The purple sorcerer's legs rose off the floor as if he were levitating in the air. In fact, he was raised, but he didn't understand why at that moment they wanted to kill him. Overcoat Crowley looked at his subordinate with eyes as if he had hated him for a long time. Elliot was already all wet. Saliva even dripped from his mouth because he couldn't even swallow them. With the last of his strength, he said the following phrase, "Master, have mercy," hoping for his blessing. The purple mage had already begun to lose consciousness, and his eyes began to close and roll backward. It was at that moment that the master released his neck, giving a breath of fresh air to the sorcerer. Elliot coughed up what had accumulated in his throat and tried to enjoy the fresh air available again. The supreme sorcerer didn't even blink. He was only interested in the question he asked. Where exactly was the guest? The voice trembled, fear penetrated all limbs. Elliot asked fearfully why he needed this. "It was you who entrusted me with this task, so I can handle this task myself," he shouted. But he was interrupted again. The head sorcerer's knee had already bumped against his subordinate's chest. Elliot flew against the wall. He hit it too and fell to the floor as if exhausted. He remained there grinding his teeth and started shouting that he did not understand his master's anger. "Why are you angry?" "I did everything you said," Elliot shouted with all his might. Overcoat Crowley repeated once more his subordinate's task that it was necessary to take care of his fiancée. There were different emotions, but more was surprise than what kind of fiancée he thought needed to be escorted out of the castle. "And that's all." The master simply looked at him angrily and asked him if he was mistaken. He did not want to get rid of her, like all other women. Elliot asked another question about what actions he had taken to deserve the master's anger. The answer did not keep him waiting long. But first, there was a reaction of surprise at what had just happened. He lost his right arm in an instant. It happened so fast that it initially happened without even feeling pain. After a while, he realized what had happened and started screaming from unbearable pain. Elliot barely calmed down and started looking in horror at his master, who had just done this to him. He himself approached his subordinate and told him to answer the question quickly. The purple mage once again heard the question, "Where is the supreme mage's fiancé?" The master watched and waited for an answer. He could no longer restrain his emotions, and with every second, his desire to kill Elliot increased. The one-armed sorcerer stammered and said that the girl was in the room at the end of the east corridor. Overcoat Crowley realized where she was. He immediately remembered the conditions of that room and decided to act immediately. Using magic, he disappeared from his hall and headed towards his fiancée. Elliot wondered if he had made a mistake, and if this girl had been liked by the master from the beginning. The supreme mage found himself in the furthest room, and in a moment the dustiest in the castle. He saw with what a tired face and tired body Stephanie was lying on the bed. The sorcerer observed this picture, and he understood what had been happening to her all this time. He understood how wrong he was to choose the bodyguard who almost killed her. Overcoat Crowley bent down to the girl to lift her or help her up. He took her in his arms. The girl was so tired that she didn't even wake up. In a moment, they both disappeared and moved to another room in the castle of the Central Lands. After a while, the girl began to regain consciousness, and her eyes slowly opened. She closed them again because weakness after 5 days of hunger still overcame her. Stephanie didn't immediately believe what she saw. She wondered where she was now. The girl got up with the help of her hands to somehow get out of the bed she was in. Her gaze again showed only questions, and not understanding everything that was happening only added more questions. She woke up in a luxurious bed, and in an even more luxurious room that was painted red and gold. Looking around, she thought that she had never been in this room and, most importantly, she remembers falling asleep in her bedroom. I entered the room, lost consciousness, and after a clock park on the floor, I woke up again. I washed the blood from my hands that I had when coughing up drops of blood due to illness. The last thing she remembers is how she fell exhausted onto the bed and fell asleep without memories. Well, after that I didn't wake up, but I still tried to remember what might have happened next. The main question this morning was how she ended up here. But still, her thoughts were interrupted, and the doors opened. A little boy, Yuchi, entered the room, who initially didn't even understand where he had ended up. Then I saw my friend in the room, and my mouth opened with joy and surprise. The main character didn't even notice him, because she was completely immersed in her thoughts. In thoughts, the boy didn't wait long and ran with all his might towards his friend. He hugged her with all his might, shouting Fania's name, as he had agreed to call her. Yuchi shouted at the top of his lungs for her to forgive him for something. He just shouted and shouted. The girl worried about him and his reaction and asked him why he started behaving like this. "Well, didn't I follow you at all? And run into this damn narcissist," said the boy. "A damn narcissist?" Stephanie asked, surprised. not immediately understanding who he was talking about. The boy once again started apologizing because perhaps she was very tired, and leaned on her with his whole body. "How are you feeling? Everything is fine. Otherwise, you have been sleeping for so long." "I asked my friend Yuchi." The protagonist smiled at him and told him that she was very tired. And nothing more. The boy objected that she said that because they forced her to live in a dirty closet for a whole week. They barely fed her and didn't let her leave the room. And this was not a joke at all. The girl asked him how he knew all this, to which he replied that the master told him everything. She decided to clarify that he also had a master, Mr. Shinyul, and the boy replied yes. It started with the fact that she was now his fiancée. That Yuchi was supposed to take care of her. But he was urgently called to the city upon request. "It's just that the master didn't think Elliot would treat you like that. And he was severely punished for this," said Yuchi. But the girl had a question about how she ended up in this room. The young mage was about to start speaking when he heard magic behind him. It was the master to whom the green-eyed one addressed with the news that Fania had awakened. The supreme mage just looked at his fiancée and didn't say a single word. Stephanie also looked at Mr. Shinyul Crowley and was very happy to see him. Yuchi looked at the two of them and realized that they truly already loved each other. But he didn't reveal it. This made him smile a lot. He was happy that everything was happening this way now. The boy sorted out his thoughts. He jumped out of bed and said he would bring her breakfast. Upon leaving the room, he said an interesting phrase that these two should keep it a secret now. The girl reached her hand towards the already closed door with a question. And a cry of what? The main character shouted that Yuchi had stopped. But it was already too late. He was gone. After this, the girl turned her head and looked a little sad about her friend's departure. She was surprised that during all this time, the supreme mage did not take his eyes off her, but kept looking at her all the time. Stephanie said that Yuchi told everything. Apparently, he personally gave the order and brought me to this room. Believe me, the room Elliot provided me is enough. So don't scold Yuchi, please. The girl asked. She apologized for worrying him. But there are also advantages. He prepared medicine for her. The main character got out of bed to bring the prepared portion of the medicine. It is true that her health believed the opposite. She began to lose consciousness again due to her unrecovered health. She saw that she was about to fall to the floor and shouted the word devil. She closed her eyes in fear, thus preparing to face the pain of the impending ordeal. Mr. Shinyul Crowley managed to grab Stephanie, thus holding her by the shoulder. The girl smelled a wonderful scent that she felt belonged to the supreme sorcerer. She wondered about the perfume, or the fabric softener, thinking that she had never smelled a scent like this. That was incomparable to anything. Then, coming to her senses, she stopped and wondered what she was doing. Only then did the realization occur to the protagonist that she was in the arms of that very man. She immediately started apologizing, and to say that it was not her intention to touch on purpose, and that it would not happen again. Shinyul placed his hand on her shoulder, which worried her even more. He threw her onto the bed so fast that she didn't even immediately understand how it happened. Stephanie started asking questions about his treatment and her health for the next night. He closed her mouth so that she would stop worrying about him for a while. For these two, it was as if the whole world had stopped. The clouds fell and the rivers froze motionless. Looking at his fiancée, he asked her to be quiet for a while. The supreme mage asked the girl who she thought he was. Stephanie didn't understand what he meant by that. Who was I? What was he talking about? She thought. The sorcerer got up and started moving away from the main character to continue his dialogue. He removed his hand from her mouth so that the girl could also speak and express her thoughts. The mage asked how she could allow a servant to treat her with such rudeness. The girl was a bit perplexed as to whether Elliot was being rude to her. But he brought her food every day. After all, he also brought water. I feel bad because of someone else. It's just my health. Stephanie almost finished. At that moment, Shinyul Crowley tensed at the small underestimation. And even started to worry. He addressed the girl by her name. Which surprised her, because this was happening for the first time. They looked at each other. There was even a small pause between them. The gaze of the Supreme Sorcerer was, as usual, stern and directed at his guest. And part-time fiancé. Stephanie was still in shock from Mr. Shinyul Crowley's speech. In the original story, Shinyul never called people by name. It was useless to him, he simply didn't remember the names of the people around him. He only remembered the name once. When he met Angelica and was amazed by her beauty. Now he pronounced the next word. Repugnant. This word also hit the girl. And she didn't understand what this meant this time. Your courtesy and self-deprecation are incredibly annoying. What are you trying to achieve with that attitude towards yourself? Ask the mage. The girl was a little desperate. She wanted to say that she didn't want to do this, but decided to simply apologize. The sorcerer also said the following phrase. He is your fiancé. So let her communicate with him as an equal. Lift your head, speak clearly. Otherwise, I won't be able to understand your feelings, said Crowley. You are used to always placing yourself below others for your own safety, he said. He asked her not to behave like that in front of him, which pleased the girl with surprise and astonishment. Stephanie began to realize that she was falling in love with Mr. Shinyul because he had always been a very kind person. Her head dropped due to the conflicting feelings in her head. Suddenly, the hand of the Supreme Mage began to approach the girl again. This surprised her every second. The sorcerer told her to remember that she must always speak to me. No matter what happens, whether you are sick or sad, you must always talk to me. You will have fun, whether you like something or not. Don't stop telling me everything. After all, you, my fiancée Stephanie, he said with love in his voice, and the girl seemed to bloom. Yuchi burst into the room with a tray in his hands, and the phrase that he had brought breakfast to his friend Fania. Then he saw a picture, a situation that was now taking place between the master and his friend. He looked at them with such a childish look, and innocent that he was amazed by the current situation, saying he would come a little later. Stephanie saw him first, blushed a little when she saw him, and then asked him to stay. A little sorcerer prepared porridge for his fiancée and brought it to her bedroom. He brought the spoon to her mouth so she could eat it and asked her to open her mouth like a little girl. The girl listened to him to at least eat something normal that wasn't bread and water. It was as if she was not used to eating such food. She was even a little ashamed, because no one had fed or taken care of her for a long time. Then she said with discomfort that she couldn't eat such a large portion. Yuchi said that he tried hard when preparing this breakfast for her. She really didn't like it. The girl literally couldn't look at this boy. His charm blinded her eyes. However, another fact slightly prevented her from having breakfast peacefully in her room. All this is due to the fact that Mr. Shinyul Crowley literally burns her with his eyes all the time. Yuchi noticed this fact between the two. A solution to this problem immediately came to his mind. He turned towards his master, turned to him, and told him that he was embarrassing my lady. And that's why she couldn't eat normally. Stephanie was surprised that it was revealed so easily, and even said it out loud. Let alone the Supreme Mage. The master started looking with eyes as if he were very angry about this phrase. At the same time, he did not utter a word. He simply remained in his place without a single movement. Then he completely disappeared from the room, as if he had never been here. With the help of his magic, the main character asked what Yuchi had just done, to which she received the answer that he wanted her to eat calmly and deeply. She refused, as if she suddenly disliked this situation and the mess in general. Then she opened her eyes, putting on a more innocent face, as if she already agreed, but only out of respect for the boy. The next thing she did was open her mouth to take a spoon and eat the porridge. After a while, the whole plate was empty, and what she had previously said was impossible to eat was already being digested in her stomach. Yuchi turned to the girl and asked her why he couldn't cure her fatigue with magic. The girl, having finished drinking the water, said she knew and asked why it was impossible. So you still don't know? The little one told his friend Fania. The girl decided to think about it because the novel described the reasons for this. But for some reason, she couldn't remember it at all. Well, since you don't know, I'll explain everything to you now, said Yuchi with a clever face and an intelligent look. Let's start with the basics. Every person's body contains magical power. In our world, there are people whose amount of magic exceeds the permissible limits. He said, they are called mages, and the amount of magic for each person is an innate trait. Such is the color of a child's eyes, said the boy. Stephanie listened attentively, trying to remember every word of everything that interested her. Thus, from a very early age, it can be determined whether a child will become a mage or not. Now was the time for sudden questions. If the baby was born with a magical norm, what is the probability that, when he grows up, he will become a mage? To this the girl answered, 30%. The answer is incorrect. There is no possibility. A magical norm is not capable of becoming a mage. Never, Yuchi told her. Norm will never be able to become a mage. And not even any full moon will help them. And if they try to artificially increase their magical power, there is a high risk of death. When using healing magic, the mage directs their magical power to another person. The boy continued sadly. The girl logically concluded that if the volume of magical power of the patient is less than that of the mage, then he will be in mortal danger. Therefore, no kind of magic can be used normally. The protagonist concluded, for which she received praise from a friend. He said she was smart, and Fanny replied with words of gratitude that he was a wonderful teacher. Even before arriving in the Central Lands, she clearly knew that no magic could cure me. She no longer hoped to recover from her illness. The only thing she wanted was to meet Mr. Scheinel. Stephanie asked why he started this conversation, to which the boy first smiled, and then began to explain. The thing is, he noticed something when he was in her room. The girl didn't understand what he could see there. Yuchi continued by saying that there was a bucket of water in the corner, and that all that water was the color of blood red. The girl, with a sad face, asked him if it was true, while she herself remembered how everything happened. Like hands stained with blood from coughing. She washed them in a bucket so as not to attract unnecessary attention. With the help of magical analysis, I realized that this is your blood. Fania, said the little sorcerer in despair. And he asked her what it was that she was trying so hard to hide, which put her in an awkward situation. The young sorcerer asked the girl where her blood came from if she wasn't even injured. The protagonist understood that she couldn't tell the whole truth, and she would have to lie to her friend. She said that she didn't want to tell them, but she was so dizzy from hunger that she fell and slightly hurt the back of her neck. The injury made her bleed, but supposedly she immediately cleaned everything up and washed her hair. The boy started to worry about his friend, if she had fallen and hurt something, and immediately asked to look at the wound. The girl extended her hands, blocking her friend's approach with her action, and said that everything had taken a long time. Yuchi is already weakened and says how can he calm down after learning that she has a head wound. Stephanie suspected that she had only made things worse and began to assure her friend, telling her that everything was fine for her and that her head didn't even hurt. Is this true? You are not joking? He asked in the hope that it is really so. Boy. He looked at her and waited for an answer. In his eyes, a sadness that he could not avoid in any way at that time was already visible. The girl shook her head, she agreed with the mage, and said that everything was absolutely fine for her. As I said, mages cannot heal the wounds of magical norms, said the young sorcerer sadly. Addressing the girl, he asked only one thing, that she talk about everything that worries her, or if something hurts her. because then he can take care of it immediately. And she can be examined by a doctor in a timely manner. At first, the girl simply remained silent, as if she simply had no words of gratitude for her friend's care. She asked the boy why he was so kind to her from the very first meeting. From the moment in the square, Yuchi was surprised by this question, because clearly this was not what he expected to hear when talking about his friend's health. Then he replied with a smile, without even thinking that she was very inspiring to him. Fania. The girl was amazed. She didn't understand why she was inspiring. But she hadn't done anything like that yet. Yuchi just looked at her in silence, with the kindest smile the girl had ever seen. Stephanie never knew what he meant. But for some reason, this smile suddenly made her soul feel so warm and calm. She seemed to be in such a peaceful state, and calm as if she had so much care and love. The boy snapped his fingers, saying, by the way, he remembered something important he had to tell his fiancée. You need clean clothes, said the young sorcerer. And out of nowhere, he pulled out a dress of a bright color and warm. This dress is enchanted so that its size can adjust to the person wearing it. Would you like to try it on? Asked Yuchi. What a beautiful shirt, can I really wear it? The girl looked at it with all sincerity and joy. Of course, the mage confirmed. Because it was made especially for you, said the boy with a smile on his face. The protagonist asked the boy to do it especially for her, to which he replied that there lived a sorceress in the castle who sewed us suits. She started thinking about the sorceress who sews clothes for all the castle inhabitants. She didn't even know about this, even recalling the content of the book. She somehow couldn't even recall such an ability. Stephanie asked Yuchi to convey words of great gratitude from the girl to that sorceress. The boy confirmed with a smile that he would convey these words. And he remembered an interesting fact about this dress. It was the master who ordered the sorceress to sew this shirt. The girl was surprised by this. She even asked if it was really the overcoat. A few more words about the master. It was he who brought her to this room and personally interrogated Elliot and forced him to say where she was. Then he immediately went to his room. He could not allow his beloved fiancée to get hurt. The girl felt ashamed of this, but she said that her beloved was too much, and that she and Mr. Scheinel had a completely different relationship. The boy was surprised, even astonished, that he immediately asked the question, "Don't you love each other?" "What?" said the protagonist in surprise. For a while, she didn't even think about anything, but just stood there like a statue, and asked me to tell him how Mr. Scheinel introduced me before drawing conclusions. Yes, he didn't actually say anything. He just said that from that day on you became his wife, replied his young sorcerer. That now the young mage had to take care of her. The girl began to think that the master was again not explaining anything to his subordinates. Although this is very important because it misinterprets our relationship. How after 2 months will I leave Mr. Scheinel if he doesn't give them details? Stephanie reasoned in her head. She decided for herself that she had to talk about this with Yuchi. She had already started telling how she was interrupted. It was not a person who interrupted her, but in action, she was wearing the same enchanted dress that takes the size of the wearer. The boy bowed to the girl in a sign of respect and told her that her whole story is very interesting, but that we will talk about everything when she finally recovers. The girl understood that perhaps later there would be no opportunity, or it would be too late. She shouted at the back of the young mage. "Wait!" She grabbed him by the cloak so that he wouldn't disappear anywhere or teleport into space. The girl looked at the boy and he, in turn, looked at his cloak that was in his friend's hand. Seeing all this, he asked if something was wrong to know what anxiety drove her to take such an action. First, the girl took her hand off the young sorcerer's clothes and apologized for her actions. Although the girl was placed in a better room, she is still afraid to be here alone. The main character told Yuchi that it was the red eyes that looked at her all the first night. The young mage was surprised what kind of red eyes Stephanie could see in the castle. since this was something unusual for them. The girl continued that, although she only saw them one night, she still couldn't get that image out of her head. That's why she can't sleep peacefully, she said anxiously and with a slight tremor in her voice. Yuchi understood what she meant. The girl, trying to make sure of this, asked the boy if he knew who it could be. The boy said that he probably knows who it could be. But at the same time, there is something for everyone. This, however, is that to find him, you must wait until dusk. Only then does he appear. While we wait for the night, my friend's fiancé needs to get some sleep. Yuchi thought and pointed to her forehead with his magic-filled finger. It was a light sleep spell, from which the main character immediately began to blink slower and fall asleep. She lay down on the bed, and at first unsuspecting, she lay there and slept in the sweetest dream. The young sorcerer continued to use magic and lifted the blanket with levitation power over the girl's bed. He covered her with it so she wouldn't get cold while sleeping, and didn't wake up from this fact. The young mage said, "Sleep well, Stephanie, have the warmest dreams." And then he left the room. Night fell and the windows of the room where the main character slept opened due to something. It could be a strong wind, or an arriving monster, perhaps simply previously closed shutters without a lock. This really didn't matter much anymore, because the girl still woke up because of the open windows. In front of her was an incomprehensible silhouette that she could not see completely, as she still had difficulty opening her eyes. Unexpectedly for her, this silhouette asked if the girl had woken up. The voice of the stranger sounded very familiar to her. With every second of consciousness and recognition of the voice, the girl woke up more and more. And when she completely understood, she even jumped out of bed. Looking at the silhouette, the girl decided to ask him a question. Mr. Shinyal, in which she was completely right. He sat down in front of her with his blue bangs and a white shirt with black pants, just looking at her. Having uttered a single word, "Get up," he stood up himself and began to act. Crowley lifted the girl from the bed and held her in his arms, which surprised the girl so much that she even let out a slight scream. She felt a little embarrassed and worried and decided to ask her temporary fiancé what he was doing. Before she could hear the answer, the girl's face changed to one of surprise because she was already outside her room. Stephanie only saw the window just a minute ago, and the shutters of the room where she slept, and she was already literally flying through the air. While the girl was surprised by her whereabouts, the archmage asked her to look at what was happening below. Her gaze turned to the floor. She saw what was happening there. She had many different emotions at that moment, but only one question. What? Below them was a whole group of mages taking care of their business, which somehow worried them. Only one thing caused her the greatest surprise, not the mages, nor their activities, but the only animal that was below. It was a white wolf with red eyes, which reminded her of that first night in the castle. Mr. Shinyal said that Yuchi told him about the moment he met this beast in the castle. This was a familiar, the servants of some mages who call them for help in battle and in daily life. The girl realized who she saw that night in the window of her room. That looked like an abandoned house. The main character looked at him and began to realize that it was no longer as scary as it might seem at night. As soon as she faced her fear, it disappeared immediately. Maybe it was because Yuchi asked Mr. Shinyal to help her overcome this fear. She was glad that they helped her deal with her fears, or rather, the only one she met here. Stephanie turned to Crowley. "Mr. Shinyal, thank you for showing me." But suddenly she fell silent, since her lips were too close to the master's lips. Their lips touched. The supreme sorcerer, who previously had no emotions, showed a face of surprise. The girl covered her mouth and thought of only one thing. She had just touched his lips, Mr. Chinyal's lips. The protagonist apologized and said that she didn't want this and was very sorry for what happened. Only now did she begin to realize how close they were to each other. The girl seemed embarrassed by what had just happened between them, and she turned back to Shinyal. She asked him to come down otherwise. Suddenly, her words were interrupted by something incomprehensible and unknown. Stephanie looked at Crowley. She saw something unusual in him. And this time it wasn't very good. The Supreme Mage clenched his teeth, as if preparing not to utter any sound due to unbearable pain. The girl saw how hurt he was, but she began to realize that it was not because of her. And his kiss. She started sweating cold upon realizing the full picture, and of the whole range of pain that Crowley was experiencing now. She completely forgot what day it was, and how it affects the bodies of all mages. From the weak to the great. Floating in the air, the protagonist looked towards the sky and saw the full moon shining above her, as during the day. That night that all mages love for its incredible power. But that Mr. Shinyul hates. He could barely contain the pain. He even covered his face with his hand so that the girl would not see his face. The Supreme Mage began to tremble slightly, although he tried hard to contain it. Stephanie noticed it. The sorcerer thought what to do in this situation. But his thoughts were interrupted by forces that were growing every second. He grabbed the girl tightly by the waist so that she definitely wouldn't fall despite her illness. The couple disappeared in the air at the moment. The Archmage cast a spell of teleportation. They found themselves in a room that was previously empty. All the lights were off, and only darkness was overcoat with the last of his strength, used a spell he could control. And he was already weak on his feet, fell onto the bed completely exhausted. Which surprised Stephanie, who was watching this whole scene. The sorcerer was writhing in pain. He was covered in cold sweat and trembled from the energy coming out of him. The main character watched how her newly made fiancé was suffering. But at first, she didn't know how to help him, due to the moonlight falling on him. The mana in Mr. Chinyul's body began to get out of control. The girl began to blame herself for this, that it was because of her that he was now in this state. It all happened because one night she was very scared to see red eyes in the window. To dispel my fear, Yuchi asked the knight to show me that familiar. The girl reasoned. Due to her accidental guilt, the girl could not stand still, and she was worried about what had happened. The thought appeared immediately after blaming herself. She understood that she needed to bring him medicine now. Stephanie turned towards the door, and she was about to leave. But suddenly, something stopped her. Shinyul's hand was hooked on her dress, just like he once held Yuchi before he was about to leave. She turned towards the bed, where Mr. Crowley lay as if lifeless. The main character looked at him. But she couldn't do anything, she had no strength. But he wouldn't let her go. But he could, and said that she needed to bring him medicines. That it wouldn't take long. Looking him in the face, she asked him to let her go. Because she wanted one thing, to help him that night. He was able to respond to this request. He let go of her hand and released the wedding dress. Lifting a finger, he used his magic. The levitation spell helped him in his work. Behind Stephanie was a suitcase that the Archmage lifted into the air with the last of his controlled strength. The girl looked back at this sound because at first she didn't even understand what was happening behind her. The mage no longer had the strength to perform further actions, and his hand dropped, just like the suitcase, which fell to the floor. At first the girl didn't understand what he meant by this, but upon realizing the hint, she took action. The main character ran towards the suitcase to thoroughly examine its contents. Upon opening it, she saw several things lying around, but carefully folded. Among the things, she found a vial containing the same potion that relieves the torment of the Archmage. She took it out and shouted to the master to make sure he was capable of any action. And strength. Crowley lay motionless, time was running out, and the pain was growing too fast. The girl immediately ran in his direction to soothe his body pain as quickly as possible. Stephanie brought the blue flask to Mr. Shinyul's lips so that he would drink the life-saving drink. The entire liquid spread around his mouth, as if not a single drop fell in the intended place. The girl thought that she had prepared medicine for only 2 months. But he didn't drink them either. After all, if the master doesn't accept it now, He will remain in agony all night. The main character realized. The girl was not going to allow this to happen, so as not to make this night easier for her beloved. She was determined that, since he couldn't drink, she herself would help him with all of this. She placed her foot on the bed to be closer to her lover and help him with all her strength. She herself drank the elixir and decided to take new actions that could help in the implementation of the help. She leaned towards him to kiss him and thus pour the elixir into his mouth. Their lips were already so close, as if this were to happen again would be very symbolic. Because she felt bad after the kiss. At the last moment, she moved her head away from the master's face, thinking it was a bad idea. She decided that she could pour the medicine from mouth to mouth. But she didn't think about how this would help open his jaw. Stephanie had already lowered her head. She was saddened by her powerlessness and inaction in the face of this urgent situation. She heard a sound from the room door, and she turned towards what she heard. There stood a little mage who looked at her with a satisfied smile and boasted of having seen everything just now. The girl looked at Yuchi without even immediately understanding what the boy meant now. Then she started making excuses that not everything was as it seemed to him, and she was not doing anything. And the sorcerer continued by saying that lovers wanted to retreat on a full moon night. What kind of romance is that? The main character continued to deny what the boy said and decided to explain to him what was much more important now. This is medicine that will relieve Mr. Shinyul's suffering, said the girl, and asked that he help her make sure the master drank it as soon as possible. The boy again asked that he needed to make sure the master took the medicine and that he would feel better. Fanny confirmed his words. The young sorcerer thought about it and said that he should not use magic on the master at all during the full moon. The girl looked at him with a pitiful look, who in turn asked her to help him somehow. He agreed, but first he needs to take the medicine himself. Just a little okay, Yuchi asked. The girl was surprised and didn't understand why to do this, and how it would help influence the master's condition. The boy explained that otherwise he would not be able to help any of them. Neither a friend with a request, nor a master in getting rid of the pain. The girl agreed, although with some doubts. But unfortunately for her, there was no other option. Still, she wondered what this had to do with Mr. Shinyul. Everything was very strange. While she was thinking about all this, Yuchi was taking care of his own business. And after a while, he said that everything was ready. He looked back to see the result and, most importantly, what was happening to Mr. Crowley. The energy of his power was no longer flowing out of his body. And he lay peacefully on his bed and clearly felt better. The girl's soul was calm. A new aura seemed to shine around her, brighter and kinder. Is it true that another concern arose? No one, except the knight, should have known about this medicine. The boy looked at his friend, at first wondering why she was sad now. When he realized, he told the girl not to worry. He knew that she knew how to make potions against the master's illness. Stephanie asked him how he knew about this. The boy calmly replied that the master told him everything. Yuchi said with a look of satisfaction that he was his main assistant. But no one else would know, don't worry. The girl thanked him for his help and his honesty with her, since he knows about the medicine. He might also know about the real relationship between the master and her. The boy was surprised by what his friend meant by discovering the truth. After all, he already knew that she was the master's fiancée. So what else should he know? He asked the main character. The girl just looked at her young bodyguard, but simply remained silent, without uttering a word. The young sorcerer just smiled and asked her what she needed to know. The girl sighed, but told him everything. Everything she considered necessary to know to her new friend. Everything that was said seemed funny to Yuchi, because she was a fiancée for only 2 months. And he kept wondering why she denied it so much this morning. It's just that the master really doesn't tell anyone anything. That's why he left like that, Stephanie explained. The boy continued to encourage her and told her that during all these 2 months, she would be under his protection. He assured her that if she needed anything, she should let him know, for which the girl thanked him. The boy was glad that they both talked and told each other the truth and said that since that was all. Then he fell silent. He remembered that he wanted to show her something, and she asked him what exactly it was. For this, they will have to fly to the castle roof. He assures her that this will make her happy when she sees it. He teleported the broom inside the room. All these actions and words surprised Fanny, who had many questions. Yuchi explained nothing, so the girl had to follow him. High on the castle, Elliot was hanging tied up and shouting that he was wrong and begging for forgiveness. The girl looked at this picture and asked if this was exactly what the little mage wanted to show her. The boy smiled back at her, showing with his appearance a positive answer. For the girl it was complete horror, because for her this was completely abnormal. They seemed frozen in the sky above the castle, and they looked at this picture when a person is tied to a post and can do nothing. Yuchi showed his class and said that he took revenge on your aggressor. Fania. The girl asked him if he had gone too far. Only a little, but the boy replied that he didn't think so. He decided to go against the master's will. He caused pain to his fiancée. I think he deserves an even greater punishment. He said. That's right, Elliot, Yuchi asked, to which he received an answer. Because he wanted the best. He thought that the master wanted to get rid of her, like other fiancés, and could not think that she was so important to him. At that moment, the little bodyguard was creating the next spell, and a button appeared in his hand. While the purple mage was saying that he wanted the best, he was interrupted by a punch to the face at the speed of light. The girl was amazed by this action, and she opened her mouth in surprise, since she also did not expect a blow to the face. The little bodyguard said that apparently he didn't understand anything, because they gave him the opportunity to apologize to our guest. You lost your only chance for salvation, said Yuchi. At that moment, it was as if dark energy appeared above. Elliot was bleeding, sweating, and covered in bruises, as if he had been beaten this whole time before. The girl, looking at her friend, realized that it was better not to anger him, because he clearly would not allow his enemy to live in peace. The boy said that, although we punished this stupid peacock, you probably want to take revenge on him yourself. He handed her the remote control and told her that she needed to press this button, and the glove would hit him with all its might. Stephanie said she didn't feel like it. It seems to her that he is quite beaten up. And besides, looking at him, she is no longer angry. Yuchi asked if that was true, and told her not to worry anyway, since he would still be hanging here for a couple more days anyway. The girl laughed, thinking that the cute boy turned out to be worse than Mr. Shineal himself. The girl looked at the purple mage and wished him good night, looking at his tired face and bloody. With the last of his strength, he could wave his hand, which was tightly tied to his body with ropes. The main character thought that she might forgive him, but he himself is to blame for what is happening to him now. He shouted, begged, pleaded to be brought down from the height of the castle. But this would not happen soon. To her regret, the young sorcerer flew back to the castle with Fanny and returned her to the room healthy and safe. Yuchi looked at his friend, thinking about her question, but finally decided to ask it. And he turns to her. You are about to leave the continent. Would you like to do something before saying goodbye? Asked the young mage. What to do? The girl wondered. She didn't even really understand what her friend meant by this. There are only 2 months left until your departure. Don't you really want to do anything before that? Asked the boy enthusiastically. Stephanie replied, Indeed. You and the master have already done a lot for me, and asking you for more would be in bad taste. To which I received an answer that I promised I would do my best while taking care of you. If you really don't want to have fun or go to a beautiful place, I will do whatever you ask. The girl remembered that if you think about it, the day of her death will come in 2 months. She honestly admitted to herself that she hadn't even thought about what she would like besides meeting Mr. Shineal. The protagonist remembered herself as real, not as she was presented in the book, but in real life. She remembered that there was still one wish she would like to fulfill during this time. She turned to Yuchi and told him that there was one thing, to which he told her to tell him quickly. After a while, a master is already presented to us, who wondered what was in front of him. On the table on a plate, there was a small piece of cake, which was made of different layers. And on top there were cherries. In front of him were 2 Stephanies. And Yuchi, the latter of whom said that they baked it for 3 hours. She cooked it herself, Fania, imagine. With a smile on her face. And joy in her soul, said the little mage. Come on, try it quickly, asked the young sorcerer. To which the mage held out his hand, as if preparing to cast a spell. Mr. Chinyul lit the flint he held in his hand, as if wanting to burn the piece they had prepared for him. The boy withdrew the plate from the master's table and asked him what he was going to do now with the cake. You are going to burn it, asked Yuchi, to which he received an answer. Because the young mage thought differently. We brought you a cake for you to eat. And not burn it, said the young mage with discontent. The main character simply looked at this scene in silence, and thought in her thoughts, because she wanted to please the master. She grabbed the dress with her hand tightly clenched into a fist. She was upset because her possible thoughts had been confirmed. The idea was that Mr. Shinyul did not want to try her food, despite all her efforts. In her past life, Stephanie wanted to become a pastry chef so that everyone would eat the food she prepared. Let's go back to the dialogue that took place between Yuchi and his fiancé when she talked about her last wish. The boy asked her if she wanted to make sweets, to which he received an affirmative answer. But she needed to get the ingredients somewhere. Although this could turn out to be quite difficult, the young mage was happy that they asked him for something, and said that there would be no problem, and that he would get whatever she asked for. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Her eyes shone with bright lights, and she uttered words of gratitude to her friend, telling her thank you. The young sorcerer asked if Fania had cooked them before. She replied yes, but not as often as she would like, although she actually loves the cooking process itself. Because with such actions, it seemed to her that she was taking care of someone. She remembered that in a past life she was a sweet tooth, and was fascinated by the variety of cakes and pastries that people create. Therefore, she even went to college to become a pastry chef. But she died without completing her studies. And to be honest, none of her loved ones liked sweets or supported her passion for baking. But in this world, there are those who would like to delight with her baked goods. The boy's eyes lit up at the idea of a cake, and he asked his friend to try her sweets. Of course, I would be very happy if you tried them, but I would also like to give them to Mr. Shinyul, said Fania. The boy was surprised that her last wish was again related to the master, or for the master. The girl replied that she wanted to treat him. That's right, but she also asked what her friend thought about it, if it was a bad idea. The girl looked at Yuchi, who with a thoughtful face said that he had never seen the master eat anything sweet. In fact, the girl knew that the knight was a sweet tooth, like her, although there were no indications of this in the main story. But the author wrote about his passion for sweets on social media. Stephanie was serious, as the author himself said. I'm sure it's true. The boy rejoiced and said that since you personally prepare the sweets, he won't be able to refuse you. The girl hoped that her friend was right, and that everything would turn out well, and immediately began to cook her culinary masterpiece. However, the protagonist's face was clearly displeased, because the knight didn't even want to try. He just covered his face with the hand with which a few minutes ago he almost burned her kitchen. The girl thought maybe this fact was not written in the novel. It has no meaning. Still, this was something common for the author after the novel's publication, because not even the main character of the book knew about her love for sweets. Yuchi continued trying to persuade him to try at least one spoonful of the cake, to which he received a blunt answer, "Leave me alone." The main character was annoyed, but he kept wondering if the knight didn't want to reveal his addiction to a common stranger. and ordinary. She supposed that maybe she wanted too much, and that there was no point in forcing him to eat. The protagonist was about to leave, but her departure was interrupted by the boy, who asked the master if he was sure he didn't want to. Fania tried hard to prepare this cake to please you, but the great sorcerer simply covered his face. The girl was surprised by this phrase, as much as she wanted to ignore it. But still, the only thing she didn't understand was why Yuchi mentioned that she was the one who made the cake. Stephanie looked at her friend with surprise at the simplicity with which she told all this to her master. She turned to him and said, "Fania, if the master doesn't want to eat, then I can eat it," to which she received an affirmative answer. The boy thanked her, took his friend's hand, and led her. The young mage told her to go to the kitchen, where he would prepare tea for the two of them. The protagonist had already chased her friend, but still remained surprised by such drastic actions, and somewhat daring. The boy called her back with him, because she remained still, and said that she could not move. Under her was a magical ring, a spell from the archmage that prevented her from going further. The image took shape in her head. Stephanie looked at her newly made fiancé. He, in turn, looked at his fiancée, and at his right hand with a serious face, telling her to return the ladder to its place. Yuchi turned against the fool, who seemed not to understand what his master was talking about, and asked him what he should put back in its place. They both looked each other in the eye, as if playing a staring contest, and they did not take their eyes off their opponent for a second. The main character was already thinking what kind of nightmare could happen now. But the boy said to the devil, and handed the plate to the master, after which he moved away from the table with a dissatisfied look, because he really wanted to eat everything himself. The girl watched everything and did not understand how the person who had just refused suddenly asked to leave the cake where it was. She thought that maybe she should leave too, just like Yuchi. This thought did not leave her head until a moment. Her gaze fell on the actions of the supreme sorcerer, who brought a plate with a cake. With a slight movement of his hand, he took the fork and began to cut an even smaller piece of cake. Despite all this, his gaze was unwavering. He was still as serious as if he himself did not like such actions. Stephanie watched him this whole time, and could not believe what she saw, that he was trying her pastry. He took a small piece of the cut sponge cake. He put it on the fork and brought it to his mouth. "I put it on my tongue, because it is the receptors of this organ that are responsible for sweetness in the body." He began to chew, as if savoring all the extravagance of colors and flavors that this small piece conveyed. The girl brought both hands close to her heart, showing her hope that the master liked the gift. She decided to ask him a question. "Sir, did you like the taste?" said the girl in a trembling voice, and a little anxiety. As always, Mr. Shineal Crowley was brief. He answered in one word. That word was not bad. "In front of me, my favorite character eats the food I prepared for him, and he likes it," thought the fiancée with joy in her soul. The protagonist even started pinching herself, supposedly trying to wake up if she was sleeping. There was a question from the chief sorcerer of the Central Lands about whether Stephanie herself had prepared this cake. The answer was a little with a pause, but it was positive. She also did not forget to mention that little Yuchi helped her a little with the cooking. In reality, he was simply supporting her as a fan, shouting his name loudly. Overcoat Crowley's gaze tensed again, and he addressed his newly made fiancée. "Did you think this was wrong this time? And what could the knight dislike in that phrase?" The girl sorted her thoughts again. She clenched her fist and asked for permission to cook in his kitchen from that day on. At the same time, sometimes treat the master with sweets to at least thank him somehow for being here. The supreme mage said that he didn't mind because today's dessert turned out well. With all this, he put piece by piece on his fork and ate it, repeating this process. The girl could not contain her joy, so she thanked him loudly and sonorous. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face because she finally managed to please Mr. Chinyal himself. Only one thought haunted her: how many times would she have time to prepare something for him before her death? There was silence between the two for a while. Only the sound of a fork scraping a plate could be heard. Stephanie kept looking at Crowley. Who could eat her pastry? And not even in a dream, but in a new life. There seemed to be only peace in her soul. She really understood how much she loved him. She turned to the Supreme Sorcerer, thus interrupting his meal for a while. She had a request she wanted to make to Mr. Shinyul, and to no one else. When Yuchi asked about the wishes the girl wanted, the first thought was to prepare sweets. The second request was, during encounters with the master, to express your true feelings for him. After all, the desire to share tenderness with the person you love with all your heart is the most desirable in this case. The master was surprised when he asked the girl if she really wanted to express her feelings. The main character said yes. But if he doesn't like it, then of course she won't force him. At the same time, her arms were crossed, showing some closed-offness, or more precisely, discomfort in the dialogue. The knight said that if she desired it so much, why not? But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a question. Stephanie couldn't believe what she was hearing, so she immediately asked him if it was true. The master finished his meal, putting the fork on the already empty plate, on which there was not even a crumb left. These are small things compared to the audacity with which you stole my first kiss, said Shinyul Crowley. The girl immediately had an image in her head of the moment when, floating in the air, their lips touched. She became shy, started trembling a little, and said in the same voice that she had no intention of doing this. I regret what happened. I swear this will not happen again. She promised, bowing her head to him. The main character even offered to sign a marriage contract in which she would commit not to touch him under any circumstances. The Supreme Mage interrupted her, saying that he didn't care. The girl was annoyed at first, but then she didn't understand why, and asked what. He said they would do without an agreement, and that besides, it wouldn't last that long. The girl realized that the sorcerer was right, because concluding a marriage contract would take longer than she would spend within the walls of this castle. All these relationships will last only 2 months, and you can't even expect more. This request, the contract, my living here, because initially everything was beneficial only for me. And in general, I was lucky that the Lord allowed me to stay here. Stephanie thought. In response to all this reflection, I told him the following: you are right, but I will try not to stay away from you, and I won't cause you any more trouble. Please forget my selfish request, said the main character with a bow. The Supreme Mage listened to all this, and looking at her, he showed no emotion, and simply remained motionless, without a single word. I don't think he trusts my word, but I no longer have any desire to burn with shame. The girl thought, standing in one spot. She turned her head so that no one could see her cheeks reddened with shame, and said that then she would leave. Turning around, she walked towards the exit, her dress billowing in the faint wind blowing through the room. The sound of her heels echoed step by step throughout the room. But suddenly she stopped, and she remembered that she wanted to say something else. Turning around, she said the following sentence. I completely forgot to tell you. After all, you were in bed for several days due to the full moon. Upon uttering these words, she seemed to blossom with happiness, because she was able to help her lover. And he felt better. Unfortunately, Mr. Crowley also had no words for this sentence. He seemed unshakable from the emotion. The girl thought, if that is the case, then she will leave after this. She turned around and headed towards the door with more frequent steps. Stephanie, the great sorceress, called her to tell her something, or perhaps just so she wouldn't leave. The girl stopped. Butterflies began to fly in her stomach again because this event happened again. Overcoat Crowley called her by her name again, which means a lot considering he knows her character in the novel. The protagonist, without unnecessary movements or hesitations, began to turn towards her fiancé. Her look was one of surprise, because she really didn't expect such an action from the Archmage. He was already standing in front of her. They were literally centimeters apart, and their gazes met. The The girl looked at him with admiration. Darling, a little shyness. Even drops of sweat appeared on her face due to the excitement. She could barely stand to such an unexpected action on his part. And she decided to ask him, sir, if he wanted anything from me. Crowley looked at her the same way. It was not clear if he was angry or happy because he remained silent. Stephanie had even more questions about what might happen between them now. In a week, I will go to the northern lands. And you will go with me, said the mage, still impassive. The girl began to ask him in the northern lands. Of course he didn't care, but still asked him why. To which he received the answer, ask this brat. Probably referring to your assistant. He really had no answer. But other questions appeared for which he would not get an answer now, because he disappeared before her eyes. The main character wondered who the person was. Or the mage whom the master could call a brat. After a while, two people were sitting at a tea party. Yuchi and his fiancée, whose bodyguard he also was. He said that the master received an invitation to the coronation of the new ruler of the northern lands. Recently, the king and the first prince suddenly passed away for everyone. The second prince of the kingdom will ascend the throne. Although I thought the master himself would explain everything to them, said the young sorcerer. Stephanie asked a completely different question. Why did Mr. Scheinel agree to go to the coronation? It seems he feels uncomfortable in such places. Well, the royalty of the entire continent will be there. And perhaps masters have been invited, suggested the young man. Well, after the coronation, there will be a festive evening, says the young mage, looking for another sweet. It was then that the girl realized why she was needed at this coronation. After all, if Mr. Scheinel is alone at the ball, no lady will miss the opportunity to draw his attention. However, if he is there with his fiancée, the archmage will be able to spend a quiet time at the event. The main character began to worry if she could cope with this role, and if she would completely ruin the evening. Relax, said the little mage enthusiastically. After all, this is just a normal evening. Still leave the problems to the master. Let him solve them himself. The girl agreed with the boy, and added that it would be difficult for the master if I stood in the way. Yuchi was a little upset, even a little sad, because she wanted to say something different, instead of what she understood. The girl was surprised and asked that she was completely confused in all this. The young sorcerer said that it was nothing, but that the only important thing is that, for such an event, a suitable outfit is needed. Stephanie agreed, but she didn't have a suitable dress. To which the boy laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. The outfit will already be my concern," said the young mage happily in his voice. He held out his hand and asked her to go with him. The girl, of course, was ready to go, but she asked where to. Yuchi's smile spread even wider across his face. Then he said that their destination was a magic study. They reached the large gates, and they were already standing a couple of meters in front of the entrance to this place. The young sorcerer extended his hand towards the door, as if wanting to touch before entering. By all standards of decency. Suddenly he entered without knocking, and began to shout to the whole room, and greet everyone. In the room, a man with long green hair, glasses, and a white shirt was sitting at his desk. This man turned at the sound of the door, and at the greetings of his acquaintance. He recognized his friend, the young sorcerer, and the right hand of the supreme mage. Yuchi stood in front of him. This green-haired man saw a girl standing next to him, and asked who the lady next to him was. The boy proudly stated that this was the fiancée of our master. To say that after such news the man was in shock would be an understatement. He immediately had several questions. The master got married. How long did I sleep? And what if Yuchi was joking with him? The boy was not joking at all. And since he says so, then everything is so. But the man would be annoyed, because he was so out of touch with reality that he did not hear such important news. This green-haired man decided that this was interesting news to write down. He immediately started writing all this on his paper. It might even seem like he was some kind of maniac. Stephanie watched all this as if she didn't understand where the little sorcerer had taken her. At that moment, her dress was tugged from the bottom, calling her thus towards him. He led her in the other direction and told her that we would leave this oddball in peace and return to the main thing. The young sorcerer led her to a girl with blue hair, whom he introduced named Lucy. She was a magical seamstress, although she looked younger than him in appearance, and held what looked like a plush bunny in her hands. The main character saw her and began to recall the original story, where Lucy sewed all of Angelique's dresses. Since Angelique had no money, Lucy is a silent girl who opens up to Angelique as the story progresses. They had a mother-daughter relationship, and she loved reading about their relationship. Demons, the girl could not even imagine Lucy looking exactly like this. After all, Lucy is even 100 times cuter than she imagined. Yuchi, of course, is also cute. But Lucy, this is a completely different level of cuteness. Nice to meet you, Lucy. My name is Stephanie, said the main character, bowing to the girl. You sewed me a shirt, I liked it a lot. Thank you very much, the girl thanked. In response, the young seamstress simply sat down and did not utter a word, which confirmed her state of silence. The boy turned to his friend and told her not to be offended by Lucy, that she is not a very sociable girl. Then he turned to the blue-haired girl and began to tell her that today she had come to ask her for something. In a week, Fania and the master will go to an important reception, and she needs you to sew her a dress. His request was interrupted by a loud exclamation. It's ready. The main character was the first to pay attention to the man of the inscriptions, who said this phrase. He held his notes over his head as if they were something very valuable and very important. The girl remembered that this boy said he needed to make a record about her. And Mr. Chinyul. This man walks with long strides around the room, rejoicing at what he had just written. His goal was the window, which he approached, and rested his hands on the shutters that were in the center. He opened the window, and fresh air entered the room, and a bright, undistorted light, which was sometimes missing in the room. His next action was to exhale a special air over the paper, which turned his notes into a white dove. A magically appearing dove took flight with the phrase on the back. Let everyone know. All this time, Stephanie watched his actions, after which she formulated the corresponding question. She turned to her friend and asked what the mage was doing by throwing his paper out the window. Yuchi could not say anything clear. He simply apologized to her immediately. The girl did not understand why they apologized to her, and why her friend could not give a clear answer. If she were asked what she would like to change in her life, she would undoubtedly answer that she had to stop an eccentric mage. At that moment, she had no idea what kind of news he had spread everywhere. This news immediately spread throughout the Central Lands. Other mages found out, including the villain who was in love with the master, and even the master himself. Leaves also fell from the sky in other states and lands of the continent, including Sor Angelique. The flyer contained the main news that the ruler of the Central Lands, Shinyul Crowley, was engaged to the exiled princess of the eastern country. In the next paragraph, it was written that the lonely mage and ruler of the Central Lands had finally found his love. Immediately after the engagement, the fiancé began to live in his castle, which only demonstrates Crowley's serious intentions towards his beloved. Now the Central Lands have a ruler and, perhaps in the near future, they can have an heir. After reading these lines, Angelica became angry and crumpled the flyer into a big lump. She threw it to the floor with all her might and shouted with equal force, "What kind of nonsense is this?" She ran away to marry the ruler of the Central Lands. But how is this possible? The younger sister was indignant with evident hatred. The mother asked Angelica to calm down, because if she was so nervous, she could only make it worse. The younger daughter admitted that she hadn't felt worse in many years, because all this time she had only pretended to be sick. Angelica asked her mother why she wasn't angry with Stephanie at all. Since she did this, she left us, leaving only a terrible farewell letter that the daughter angrily presented to her mother. According to her younger daughter, she didn't even leave them money. So they were forced to starve. This trash dared to steal my best dresses, continued my daughter, who had never worked a day to earn them. Tears were already welling up in the girl's eyes. She only wondered why this was happening to her. She blamed her sister for everything, telling her mother that she would always live a better life than mine, taking everything away from me. Her mother asked her not to be angry with her sister. She must have acted like this because of your fault. The girl looked at her mother in surprise, wondering if this happened because of you. But why? The mother said that on the eve of her departure, she allowed herself to be too rude to her. And her feelings. Apparently, this hurt your sister a lot. And she decided to leave home for a while. You know, Stephanie is not capable of being angry with us for a long time. Very soon she will return home, the mother assured her daughter. The girl, with a face stained with tears, could not calm down because she was still worried about the topic of the engagement. After all, in the newspaper it was written in black and white that she was engaged to Mr. Crowley, with a harsh tyrant who lived alone most of his life. The mother spoke to her beloved daughter. The mother said she thought it was just rumors, and that Stephanie had never met him, and could never follow a man like him. Angelica bloomed again with bright colors after her mother's consolation, because she believed that this was simply impossible. She even laughed as a child, because she was glad that nothing worked out well for her sister, and that, in any case, she would return home. The green-haired man rejoiced at this fact, because he hadn't had such feelings for a long time, and thanked the young lover. The girl saw the written paper, and all the news mentioned in it, wondering what else it would be. Yuchi said that as expected from Piz. He quickly wrote the article, to which he replied, after all, hot sensations must spread as quickly as possible. The main character still did not understand all these processes, and clarified what this gentleman had just done. The gentleman himself, with a satisfied face and a wide smile, told her that he had spread the good news across the entire continent. The girl was upset. That meant good things. That is, it meant that he had already sent the newspaper, which he himself was happy about. Stephanie abruptly asked if this news is really known throughout the continent now. This only meant the fact that not only the central lands knew about her engagement to Mr. Shineal. The protagonist was worried not only about the continent, but also because her mother and Angelica found out. Everyone, absolutely everyone, knows now that she has something with Shineal. She looked with complete despair at the news-bearer of the entire continent, the green-haired mage. He told her that he forgot to introduce himself. His name is Paz, and he is in charge of spreading information. His hobby is collecting information. Therefore, the master instructed him to spread news throughout the continent. So, if someone needs information, be sure to ask me, said Piz. Stephanie wondered how he knew she was an exiled princess from an eastern country, if she hadn't even introduced herself to him. The dependent mage smiled and, with such an important look, but severe, he adjusted his glasses, adding importance to his appearance. He replied thus, Madam, you underestimate my ability to obtain information from anywhere. The girl listened to all this attentively, and remembered, because now she couldn't even remember that character. Piz took a step towards his new acquaintance, and told her that he had many questions for her. For example, how did you meet? Who confessed first? How did they react to your origin? How much time do you spend together? Who proposed engagement? Yuchi could not stand so many questions in a row, and shouted at Paz to leave the lady alone. The dependent noted all this in his news notebook, including the request of his friend, the young mage. The young sorcerer apologized to Fania, and said that only Pisu should see a new sensation, and that he could no longer stop him. As happened now, he simply wrote the news, and sent it to everyone without asking anyone. Although he himself saw nothing special in it, it was not so secret, so I can ask for additional information about my lady's relationship as much as I want," said the green-haired mage. "First of all, to write an interview with the master's fiancé. Ask the master himself if he would approve. Or not," Yuchi replied. Paz continued by saying that an agreement could never be reached with the master. But maybe with his fiancé. Stephanie looked at him, showing with her appearance that he was unlikely to be able to do that. "We came here to talk to Lucy. And you continue with your work. And stop spreading unnecessary information to people," said Yuchi with dissatisfaction. The man said that since they came with Lucy, he would not interfere. And left the three of them. All three looked at Piz with dissatisfied expressions, because they had long shown by their actions that it was time for him to leave. "So, Lucy, you will make a dress for Stephanie?" The young sorcerer asked his old friend. The seamstress continued to look at these two, without saying a word. But silence could be a sign of agreement. Lucy got up from the bed and put on her sandals, thus showing that she would now start working. The young mage explained that the seamstress wanted to take measurements of her client, for which she prepared. Yuchi pushed her towards the fitting room, saying that he himself would wait there, and let Fanny step heavily on her. Around the main character spun a ribbon with centimeter marks, with which one could know the size of the clothes. Lucy noted all these data on her paper, while measuring every part of the body for a more precise fit of the dress. The girl thought that Lucy never said a word. Although in the novel, she did not start talking to Angelique immediately. Suddenly, unexpectedly for her client, the blue-haired girl utters only one word. "Ready." Stephanie was surprised by this. The girl's voice was so soft, silky, that she couldn't even imagine how it could sound. Looking at the back of the little seamstress, the protagonist thought that one word from this little one was the best thing that happened to her that day. Suddenly, Lucy turned towards her client and looked into her eyes for several seconds without saying a word. The girl wondered what happened. Why did the little one turn towards her with a look as if someone had offended her? Stephanie heard a few more words from the blue-haired sorceress. She said that the girl had an interesting smell. Looking at Lucy, she thought what an interesting smell. But she doesn't wear perfume. She probably smelled a natural aroma. What an interesting characteristic does Lucy have? But what do I smell like then? The main character thought. Suddenly, the situation began to worsen. The girl's smile gave way to a sinister grin. This fact scared the girl, causing her pupils to narrow, and her smile gave way to surprise. The smell that Lucy sensed reminded her of something unusual that would never occur to a common person. And ordinary, it was the smell of corpse rot. Stephanie was shocked. She even asked the little seamstress what she meant by this. She, in turn, simply looked at the girl, without saying a single word, just looking her in the eyes. Now the protagonist was looking at Lucy's back. She knows I don't have much time left. The girl realized. The girl called the young seamstress and asked her to stop where she was because she wanted to ask for more details. Lucy stood still, placing her small feet in one spot. In response, she said nothing, as befits her status in the novel. A very silent girl. At that moment, sounds of conversations were heard from another part of the room that was not here before. Stephanie became interested in what was happening now in that area of the office. There, a clearly dissatisfied pink-haired sorceress asked Piz what the hell was written in the newspaper. The protagonist, seeing this picture, got a little scared. Her thoughts immediately included the bad deeds of the sorceress. After all, in front of her, with the prepared paper news, stood Magdalena herself, who is also in love with Mr. Scheinel. She, in turn, placed her hand on the table containing this unpleasant news for her. She asked what kind of nonsense the local messenger wrote. But he said it was just the truth. Because Yuchi, who never lies, told her. The sorceress was even more surprised. She simply could not contain all the thoughts about what she saw. She turned to the young sorcerer himself who told this, who at that moment was calmly drinking coffee from a cup. Magdalena turned to the master's right hand and asked him to take the trouble to explain to her what all this meant. He, in turn, had no intention of explaining anything to the interested sorceress. In the moment of their failed dialogue, Stephanie and Lucy entered the room coming out of the fitting room. The young sorcerer was happy that his possible torment had ended even before it began. He ran towards them with the question that they were already done, to which he received a positive answer. The main character looked at the boy and heard what he was saying about it being time to prepare for the reception. At that moment, he was interrupted by Magdalena, who simply stood in front of him, blocking them from each other. She looked at the girl and asked her a question. "Are you the exiled princess of the East?" As if her voice had faded, and her heart had sunk to her feet. Stephanie could not utter a word in response. The standing sorceress, who was deeply in love with the master, still looked at her. She immediately laughed, saying that all this was nonsense, and that Mr. Crowley would never have chosen such an ugly woman as a wife. This cunning person came up with the idea to guess what happened. The first guess was that the girl bribed Piz to write everything in the newspaper exactly as it is written now. She continued, as expected from a princess from an eastern country. Because the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The royal family of the East is famous for their love of luxurious life. In the kingdom, there is a huge gap between rich and poor, which is why many people leave the eastern lands. Therefore, in the novel, the main protagonist, Angelica, allied with Mr. Crowley to change her kingdom and become the new ruler. However, Stephanie reasoned, she was only right in one thing, that I married Mr. Chinyal only for my selfish desires. The words I once told Mr. Chinyal were sincere, and I will not allow anyone to think otherwise. With all this thought, the protagonist only gained self-confidence, although she is afraid of Magdalena. But everything is useless now. This meant only one thing, that everything could be expressed, and in response to the questions of the sorceress in love with the master. The girl asked, "And what?" The pink-haired sorceress clearly did not expect such behavior. She even immediately wondered how it was now. Fania was already resolutely uttering the words that it is none of your business whether the gentleman is engaged to someone or not. If you don't believe I'm his fiancé, then go and ask him yourself, said the girl. At that moment, as if the aura around her darkened, she continued that, although I don't think he will explain himself in empty space. Magdalena was in shock, in despair, in rage, in shame, in general, in all bad emotions at the same time. The main character had already started worrying about herself, because she is clearly very bad at playing the villain role. She also didn't want Yuchi to watch all this, much less so attentively. Stephanie thought that, since she had already taken this step, she needed to go to the end and put this sorceress in her place. And she, as if by chance, began to say, "Ah, I think I understand. You must be in love with Mr. Chinyal." The sorceress stood there like a pillar after hearing all these statements, because no one had dared to say such a thing to her before. The protagonist, with a calm expression, continued that what a pity that her rival was late, because now he is hers. The girl smiled and believed that, since she was the fiancée of the Supreme Mage, she had to show everyone how much she loved him. No bully could weaken my feelings for him, she thought. But even at that moment, Magdalena was incredibly angry. Moving her hand, the sorceress shouted, "The little trash," and she was about to attack the fiancé of her lover. Her movement stopped, and a magic ring appeared around her wrist, which did not allow her to continue the attack. It was Yuchi who told her that she was crossing the line, to which she also received shouts, "Leave me alone, dwarf." The little mage was not going to back down, which led the sorceress to ask her to pay her money too. "God, even if I start explaining to an idiot like you why I support Fania, you still won't be able to understand me," said the young sorcerer. He began to tighten the grip of his magic rings more, further preventing the sorceress from acting in any way. She continued shouting that she was a brat, and that he should immediately release her from these shackles. At that moment, Magdalena's second hand was free, and she was able to wave it towards the girl. With her nails, she cut the face of Mr. Chinyol's fiancé, who did not expect such a vile attack. The protagonist clutched her cheek because she felt a lot of pain from the cut. She tried to cover the wound that appeared. Then, moving her hand away and looking at her again, she saw the blood from the wound she had received. Yuchi saw this. He also did not expect such a vile blow from the sorceress. But he had already prepared the next spell. He was angry, very angry. And he told the villain, how dare she touch Fania with her dirty hands. The sorceress shouted, "What are you doing? If you don't release the restraints, my hand might explode. I will tell the master everything." The young mage spoke seriously. And he didn't want to back down. Because it is true, it is better not to anger him. At least after the phrase, "Well, try it if you leave me alive." To Stephanie, her bodyguard seemed angrier than ever before. But at that moment, loud clapping was heard. Paz stood between them. And he said, "If you both don't calm down now, I will spread all your dirty secrets throughout the kingdom." The young sorcerer, after such threats, simply dispelled the spell he had in his hands. He also freed Magdalena's hands. And Paz continued that it seems disagreements have arisen between you. And it is the master who can answer who Lady Stephanie is. Yuchi started saying that he didn't care anymore, but that now he needed to take care of Fania. But he was interrupted. A local journalist started shouting at the top of his lungs, calling for the master, and also shouting that Stephanie wanted to see him. The girl herself was surprised at that moment, but she thought that, in her life, she wouldn't fall for such a thing. At that moment, a blue light shone in the room, and a great sorcerer began to appear from there. He was dressed in an unusual suit, as if he had been called from some event, and he asked everyone what it was. The main protagonist seemed completely stunned. She felt like she wanted to disappear from this situation. The red heels echoed on the floor. Magdalena ran towards the appeared master. She immediately started complaining to him. With the following sentence, "Mr. Crowley, please listen to me. This little brat almost tore my hand off with his magic," said the sorceress, looking at Chenille. He looked at her, said nothing. In general, everything was as usual with him. His gaze changed abruptly. His eyes, which were previously directed at the sorceress, changed their object of vision. The sorcerer looked at his fiancée, and at first he couldn't even understand what was wrong with her. What had changed in her? Suddenly, he was close to her. She didn't even have time to utter a word before the mage was already looking directly into her face. Crowley touched her face, brought her closer to the recent wound, and thoroughly examined her for serious injuries. Immediately after, he asked her, and perhaps the whole room, "Where did you get that scratch?" The girl was scared. She didn't know what to answer, because if she told the truth, then she could kill Magdalena. And if I lie, I will anger him even more. The thoughts in her head made her body break out in a cold sweat as she faced a difficult decision. The young sorcerer did not keep his mouth shut and told the master that Magdalena had hit her. The main character was even more scared by this and was even somewhat displeased that Yuchi had told him everything. The sorceress immediately began to deny, while her body was already trembling a little, and even fear appeared. She kept repeating that she didn't do anything, and that she didn't even intend to hurt this girl. Her face changed abruptly. Consumed by fear, she froze with a stony expression of shock, or fear of death. After all, it was the master who was looking at her at that moment. Who was her great love, but also her possible death. His bright red eyes could scare anyone, because it seemed that death itself was looking into your soul. Stephanie understood that her fiancé was very angry, and he needed to be stopped. Otherwise, it wouldn't seem enough to him. She looked hopefully at Piz, Yuchi, and Lucy, who were simply standing in one place, and clearly had no intention of doing anything. If you review each one, Piz noted everything in his notebook, hoping to release the next sensation. Yuchi was standing with his arms crossed, but deep down he was happy, because now the sorceress who touched his friend could be punished. Lucy stood there motionless. She didn't even have any real thoughts. She just didn't want to attract anyone's attention. The main character understood that no one was going to stop him. She, of course, did not like Magdalena. But she could not allow Mr. Scheinel to kill someone. The little mage looked at his friend and realized that now she would really act. And he himself became worried about her. Looking at her, one could see that he was serious, and that he would try to do everything for the sake of his idea. This was especially clear from his tightly clenched hands, because he always does this before serious actions. The young sorcerer was about to call the master, because he had seen the whole picture. But at that moment he stopped. Stephanie simply took her fiancé's hand so that he would be close at that moment, and tried to calm him down with this. She hugged him and asked Mr. Scheinel to stop so as not to do something unnecessary. Her face, her emotions expressed surprise. He did not expect such a turn of events in this situation. Even Magdalena, who was a second away from possible death, looked at this and was surprised. Fania continued, "I didn't expect you to come. I thank you very much for worrying about me." The mage only turned his head in her direction to look at her face and listen only to her. His fiancée smiled and said that everything was fine, trying to calm her boyfriend's ardor. Inside, she was different. She thought that she couldn't die from the growing discomfort of the moment. The pink-haired sorceress was literally biting her nails out of envy, because it wasn't her who occupied the main character's place. She was so angry that she said, "You will pay." After these words, she abruptly walked away from Scheinel's couple and Stephanie and walked towards the door, making noise with her heels. She slammed the door so hard that it immediately became clear the degree of her discontent. The protagonist sighed with relief. In her heart, she was very happy for what had happened this time. The supreme mage unexpectedly took her in his arms. The girl didn't even immediately understand how this happened. The remaining sorcerers in the room were amazed by this. Only Lucy seemed not to show her emotions. After a moment, Stephanie was sitting on the sofa, with her hands folded over her lap. At that moment, the great sorcerer asked the others to bring him a first aid kit as soon as possible. But the rest wondered if they had such a thing. And if they had it then, only in the basement. Yuchi said that he would never go down to this godforsaken place alone. So he told Piz to go with him. The green-haired mage, at the slightest concern, agreed to go with his friend. At the same time, he invited the little seamstress Lucy to accompany them for company. He took the employee's hand with his small hand, indicating that she agreed to go with them. The main character began to worry, and to say that he shouldn't try so hard for her. He asked them not to go anywhere because it was just a scratch. But then, stopping his statements, she saw the boyfriend's look. The overcoat looked at her, showing with all his appearance that he should not refuse her help. The girl was a little embarrassed, and perhaps a little scared, and she apologized to Mr. Crowley, saying that she trusted him completely. The little sorcerer crossed the gates happily, waving his hand and saying that it's okay. They will be back soon. The doors slammed shut this time much more quietly, compared to Magdalena's blows slam. Piz confirmed that Yuchi was right, and said that he had already said they were engaged. Yes, and he already doubted whether he had written a plausible article. But now, I want to know more details about their relationship, said the employee. At that moment, Yuchi remembered an interesting incident that happened recently. He turned to Lucy, because after she finished taking measurements, Fania was somehow unusual. She looked very scared, as if she had just seen a red-eyed monster in the window. The little mage decided to find out what happened then, and asked Lucy a question. The little seamstress, as usual, simply remained silent in the face of all the questions directed at her, and remained motionless. Then she shook her head from left to right, indicating that she did nothing and saw nothing unusual. Yuchi continued by saying that Fania is a very kind lady, so don't offend her, okay? He asked Lucy. Piz took the girl's hand, looking her in the face with a smile on his face, and was about to say an extreme phrase. Yuchi is right, be nice to her. She could become our friend, said a local journalist. The girl looked at them motionlessly and remained silent. But they had a different task: to still find the first aid kit that the master asked for. I wonder what they are chatting about now. It's interesting, thought Paz. But the little mage interrupted him so that he wouldn't even dare to eavesdrop. The dependent looked at his friend and asked him if he himself wasn't curious about what was happening there. The young sorcerer could only assume that the master was simply clumsily flirting with his fiancée. He imagined that the gentleman was gently touching her, as if accidentally or unintentionally. Stephanie thought that in the end Yuchi and the others left, leaving the master alone. And me, probably from nerves. The girl clearly felt how fatigue had invaded her body. And she really wanted to rest. Her eyes looked tired, her whole state conveyed this factor. The master looked at her attentively, thinking what else he could do for the sake of his fiancée. He thought that she wanted to lie down and rest, but she could not show the master that something was wrong with her. The main character had just arranged her thoughts to say something and turned to the gentleman when suddenly she stopped. At that moment, Mr. Crowley seemed to read all her thoughts, desires and, in general, everything she wants. He found himself next to her. She was already sitting on the sofa a couple of centimeters away from him, as if she had been sitting like that for a long time. He took her head with his hand, but it was soft and careful not to hurt her. He placed his fiancée's head on his feet so that she could relax and rest if she so desired. The girl was surprised that as soon as she thought she was a little tired and wanted to rest, the mage immediately began to act. He looked at her and told her that she should let herself rest if she wanted it so much. But the girl replied that this was not what she meant. The girl almost fell asleep thinking that she would never have thought that Mr. Shinyal would allow someone to rest on his lap. Her sweet dream was interrupted. The master called her from where she opened her eyes and turned in his direction. She looked at him, literally with a question mark over her head, because she did not understand what was being asked of her. He asked her to extend her left hand towards him. The girls were surprised that it was the left one. He even pressed it against her for a while, as if he didn't want to give it away. The great sorceress, using a levitation spell, lifted her left hand towards him. He covered it with his hand for a moment. It seemed like he was just going to take her hand. In a second, Stephanie had a ring with a red stone on her ring finger. The girl looked at her hand, watching how this magic happened. And at that moment, she told herself, too, she could not contain her emotions. And she loudly asked the mage if it was a ring, because it could only mean one thing. The main character looked at her hand with pleasure. She especially liked to hear the answer. Yes, from Crowley. What a beautiful ring. And the stone is the color of Lord Shenyal's eyes, thought the girl looking at the ring. Her pupils dilated. She loved seeing her lover's gift on her hand. The sorcerer explained to her that the ring had a protective spell, so keep it with you at all times. The girl told him that of course she would wear it, because in reality, it was the first time someone had given her such a gift. What is especially good is that it is something with which I can protect myself. And this is not surprising, as it is the norm among mages. She could feel like a lamb among the wolves surrounding her. It didn't matter if it was Magdalena or her potential friends. Even Yuchi could seem dangerous when he was angry, and he could not control his emotions. In their last encounter, it was not for nothing that the doctor said that it was dangerous in the Central Lands, especially in her state. I came here for a short time, so it doesn't matter where exactly I go during these 2 months. The ending will still be the same. And in the end, she would simply like to spend this time with Mr. Shinyal. She thanked the gentleman and thanked him for such a wonderful gift. And wonderful, she said with a smile that she would treasure it. But the master told her to go back to bed. But she said that she already felt much better. She had a request for Mr. Crowley. She wanted to behave towards him in the same way as she was behaving towards Magdalena right now. And now, in the same moments when other girls bothered him. At that moment, she remembered how she hugged him. She clenched her teeth and thought about her decision. But at the same time, she gave an immediate answer. Yes, I don't mind. The girl was happy, she thought. Great. He won't get angry, but we will put the arrogant girls in their place. Stephanie was happy and said that she would try to make sure no one bothered her anymore. The Supreme Mage simply looked at her and kept silent, enjoying the moment spent with her. His hand reached towards her face and stroked the recent wound that the other sorceress had inflicted on her. With gentle touches, he flirted with her while his right hand in Yuchi's form told everyone about it. The girl was a little scared or surprised because he had never behaved like this before. He told her, let's practice. The girl did not understand what the great mage meant at that moment. You want everyone to believe in our love. But no one will believe our game with you if you look like a tomato in public, said the mage. The main character was surprised that the mage himself suggested this, but in response said that she thought they could manage without training. If so, then let's be more spirited, said Chinyul to the very confident fiancé playing that role. Then, I just need to express my feelings for Chinyul. As I always did, thought Fanny with concern. Having arranged her thoughts, she said, okay, then I apologize for this freedom. Putting her hands on his shoulders, thus showing your signs of attention and love. The great sorcerer clearly did not expect to see such a thing. His pupils widened in surprise at everything that was happening. She looked him in the eyes with a smile on her face and joy in her soul and turned to him. Mr. Shaniel, I love you. This is how the phrase sounded on her delicate lips. In her soft and affectionate voice, it was as if they were alone in this world, even if only for a few moments. But they were alone. Then Stephanie removed her hands. She moved away from him and said that she thought showing was enough. From embarrassment, she began to look aside as if she had done something unusual in her behavior. The main character was tormented by the question of why Mr. Shaniel still said nothing. Then someone knocked on the door, and it seemed that the knock spread throughout the room in a second. In the hallway, they asked if it was possible to enter, to which the girl, with discomfort and some stuttering, said yes. Yuchi entered, holding a first aid kit, and asking if he had disturbed the young people, that they might have been busy. The girl shook her head in embarrassment, saying with all her appearance that none of that had happened. The boy looked at the two of them thoughtfully, not understanding if he had arrived on time or not. Mr. Chenille Crowley left the room at the same moment, as if he himself was ashamed of the fiancé's confession. The young sorcerer sat down on the bed and said that he was ready to examine his friend's scratch. Stephanie, smoothing her hair, said yes, agreeing to the medical examination. The boy's gaze fell on the hand with which she was smoothing her hair. There was something unusual on it that hadn't been there before. By himself, he began to realize that it was possible, and that there was an engagement ring. The protagonist looked at her friend surprised, as if she had imagined or heard all this. Yuchi began to point his finger at the girl's hand, showing exactly where the ring was. It was the ring finger, where the ring with a red stone was located. This is what the young sorcerer noticed. Fania began to deny, saying that it was only a gift from Mr. Shiniel for protection. But the boy already trusted his speculations, because it was the boyfriend who gave the ring to his fiancée. The girl began to recall that in the novel wedding rings are worn on the left hand, on the ring finger. The young mage said that now his fiancée could not get away from everything. The protagonist even started to feel a little shy, and she didn't understand why she hurt so much to hear all this. Yuchi said that the master had chosen an uncommon engagement ring, but his friend interrupted him, saying that Crowley had mentioned that it had protective magic. The young sorcerer got excited about the idea of how this really happens, and what kind of pressure it will withstand, and asked her if she wanted to check how it worked. The girl nodded clumsily. The boy said, now we will cure you, and we will go to the hospital, but before he could finish speaking, a very loud explosion occurred. Stephanie asked what that sound from a moment ago was, but the young man told her not to worry and not to pay attention. She couldn't stand still and asked how not to worry about that. And suddenly, something terrible happened. The boy folded strips and bandages, but said that this had nothing to do with them. At that moment, a magic bird flew into the room and spread the news to everyone. They sent him the interesting news that the source of the explosion was a magic laboratory. The girl listened to the bird and heard a familiar voice. She realized it was the voice of the information collector Paz. The young sorcerer said that the green-haired mage should go there, because he and Fania were busy. To this, the bird transmitted the following phrase: that it seemed they had shattered the laboratory floor with their explosion. With a loud and very expressive sigh, the boy said that he would still have to go to them. He closed the first aid kit that he needed for the first time in the castle and put on his shoes. After all this, I asked my friend if she would go with him or stay here. Stephanie did not expect such an offer, but she did not want to refuse because it was very interesting. Upon entering the laboratory, Yuchi looked at the complete picture in its entirety. He had no words for this. The first look fell on a large hole in the wall. Through it one could see how day gives way to night, how the weather changes and birds fly by. On the floor, there were documents on which various studies were written, and vials intended for experiments. The workers of this place, upon seeing the little mage, they immediately began to make excuses, saying that they did not want this, and that it happened completely by accident. This is a magic laboratory created for creation and research of magical tools. The girl reasoned that apparently something had gone wrong during the experiments, and the instrument exploded, considered magic to be something destructive. The young sorcerer seemed to have again fallen into a state where he should be feared, and he asked how many times a month the workers did something like this. "I understand that you did not do this on purpose," said Yuchi with a voice that inspired fear, with a smile that inspires horror. He repeated that he had asked them to be careful with this. "Yes, you are right," repeated the laboratory workers with a tremor. "And fear. Huh. That means I will have to report this incident to the master," said Yuchi in a lighter voice. This scared the scientists even more, because it would have even greater consequences and would affect them. They threw themselves at the feet of the young sorcerer and began to beg him not to tell the master everything that had happened. He himself offered his own conditions. "If you leave here quickly, maybe I won't report to the master." The scientists were already happy about this. Joy appeared in their eyes, as if they were ready to scrub everything in this room. However, the norm now lives in this castle. "From now on, you must be very careful in your research," said the young mage with an important look. The first question that arose in the minds of the laboratory workers was what was the norm. Then they put the puzzle together in their heads. Remembering Paz's message, they asked the girl if she was the master's fiancée. She was shy because she began to understand that everyone already knew about this. The main character decided that, since everyone knows her status, she should behave accordingly. "Yes, it's me. My name is Stephanie. Nice to meet you," she said with a smile on her face and joy in her voice. Yuchi immediately added that the master values his fiancée, because if she suffers from your antics, then you blame yourself. They shook their heads, thus promising to do everything more carefully. And as he said, this time he would fix the wall. "Although you should do all this yourself," added the young mage to his mercy. The scientists began to thank the mage, saying that he was the best of all. In general, they were very happy with how everything turned out. This did not make the boy so happy, because surely it was not the first or the last time. He began casting spells, first creating energy clots in his hands, and then casting spells with them. Yuchi performed his magic on everything that was in the room. He filled all the holes. He repaired everything that was broken. He put everything back in place, literally with a slight movement of the hand. Stephanie watched all this and was amazed. It seemed amazing to her, although it was not the first time she had observed magic. "Is everything okay? Let's go." And so that there are no more explosions, the young mage told the workers with an order. The scientists were happy. They said goodbye to the guests and told them thank you for visiting today. Lady Stephanie. After the slamming door, the workers stood there emotionless. Only deep down, they were glad that everything had turned out this way. The young sorcerer closed the doors and looked at her with a tired look for a couple of minutes. Then he turned around and exhaled because everything was over, and he could go peacefully to rest. The girl, upon seeing this, asked him if everything was okay with him, or if something was wrong with him. He himself said that he had some kind of bad premonition for the rest of the day. Pisa bird, flying nearby, heard all this and said that these premonitions were justified. The bird continued that there was a new incident in the main hall, to which the boy simply remained silent, without saying a word. The main information collector continued speaking through the bird and told the right hand to do his job. The boy was not happy about the problems that had arisen, that he even shouted the word master throughout the corridor. He took his friend's hand and pulled her along with the phrase, "Come with me, Fania." He apologized to Fania, saying that apparently today they wouldn't be able to test the powers of her ring. The main character asked why it was so, to which, walking with long strides, the mage said that there was a lot of work today. Just as Yuchi said, they didn't actually go to the training ground, but spent the whole day running around and running errands in the castle. Arriving at night in her room, she had only one thought in her head: how tired she was. They walked now through a hallway, now through another one. They went up the stairs, now upstairs, now downstairs. It had been a long time since she ran like that. And Yuchi, for my life, was thinking about all of Stephanie's running. He works like this every day. At least from this, we can say that mages are incredible people. Although from the beginning, I was aware of our differences, today it seems I have felt them fully. Sought the girl. Her face showed tiredness from walking like this all day. Despite the simple observation, it was difficult for her. While thinking about a rather difficult day, she remembered something wonderful that happened today. This thing was the ring that now shone on her hand and protected her. Unfortunately, she is a common person and ordinary and cannot keep up with that pace of life. Now she understood why the doctor was worried about her. She reasoned that she would never have thought that Monsieur Chinel would give me something like that. For this moment, it was worth being reborn. Because as soon as she put on this ring, she felt that her body immediately felt much lighter. The protagonist approached the coffee table. She was going to leave the ring there. She took it with 2 fingers and took it off her hand, although the master told her not to. At that moment, she seemed to be wrapped in dark energy, causing the ring to fall from her hands. And it flew to the floor. There was pain in her whole body. She was in some state of shock from all that. She began to lose her balance, walking involuntarily from side to side, while swaying her whole body. She fell to the floor because her legs had lost all strength, and it was simply impossible to stay standing on them. She clutched her heart. It seemed to her that millions of needles were piercing it, or it was completely torn apart. She took off the ring and felt her whole life pass before her eyes, from her birth in a past life until this moment. It was as if she realized that her life was about to end, and these were her last breaths. Then her thoughts became one. She repeated the words tirelessly. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts a lot. It is incredibly painful. And scared, but she wants at least someone to save her from these feelings. But that person simply does not exist. In her memories, she had a family that, one could say, took advantage of her and gave nothing in return. She also saw the images of the master and his protector Yuchi, whom she had already begun to cherish. It was as if she slowly started to go crazy. Even laughter, which expressed no joy, escaped from her lips. Before plunging into darkness, an extreme thought occurred to her: she shouldn't forget her destiny. The next morning, she woke up in her bed, still in the same dress, and covered with a blanket. At the end of the whole night, due to the strong pain, she couldn't fall asleep, and she remained lying there the whole time. At least now, it doesn't hurt as much as last night. She can even lift her body and sit down. Only in the morning did she remember that she had a ring. A gift from Mr. Shinyal. Her gaze immediately fell on the dresser, the place where the ring she left there should be. Stephanie jumped out of bed to quickly approach it and put it back on. First, she examined it to see if everything was all right with it, and also checked its integrity. The girl was glad that nothing had happened to it, and that it was safe all this time. After that, she put it on her left finger. But suddenly, she felt a strange sensation. As soon as she put it on, the pain immediately left her body. She immediately felt lighter and calm. The protagonist began to recall how everything happened yesterday, and how the pain immediately arose after taking the ring off her finger. She examined it on her hand, enjoying the moment of relief and freedom from her body, deciding for herself not to take it off. If she takes it off, the pain will return with force. But she needs to find out why it works that way. For all this, she met with Yuchi, who took her to some mages' battlefields. To one side, a girl with a blue mane stood in a defensive posture, using blue magic. Conversely, there was a boy with yellow hair and magic of the same color. His image looked like an attacking lion. Stephanie opened her mouth at what she saw. Since she hadn't visited this place yet, the little mage explained that this is a magic training ground, where young talents train in their skills. This floor is also stronger than any other, which makes it an ideal place to test how your ring works. He told the girl. The battle stopped, and a couple more mages came out from behind the pillars and simply looked at him. The first to notice the guests was a mage who looked like a lion, who said, "Yuchi, what a meeting. I never expected to find you here, especially in the company of a girl." He added, looking at the main character who was next to him. She remained motionless, with a look of surprise and dilated pupils in her eyes. Immediately, the young sorcerer was asked if that lady next to him is the master's fiancée. The boy replied, "That's right, meet me. She is Stephanie." Another girl in the room, with pink hair and purple eyes. She said that Fania is cute and that the master has good taste. Only the fighting sorceress with a square added that the master does not choose based on beauty. "He is not like that, by the way. Why did you come here?" "It's very dangerous here," said the lion mage. But Yuchi interrupted and said that they were here to test the powers of this ring. After his words, he took his fiancée's hand and showed her what kind of ring he was referring to. Everyone looked at him very carefully, a little with surprise and shock, already preparing counter questions. "Wow, this ring was made by the master himself," wondered the yellow-haired mage, to which he received a positive answer. The girls immediately started arguing that the ring had protective amulets. How thoughtful of him, and that the master made it with great affection for Lady Stephanie. The young mage, waiting to see the interested parties, asked who wanted to see what the ring looked like in action. The first to shout was the sorcerer with a ponytail in his hair, who could never marry the master in his life. "I refuse," said the blue-haired one loudly, fearing the consequences. The cute pink-haired sorceress replied with a smile that she would watch from outside, and that would be enough for her. The last and most unusual mage, who had blue hair and blindfolded eyes, simply shook his head. The main character was surprised that everyone refused so quickly. Only Yuchi confused his thoughts, pointing his finger at the spot and saying that everyone had refused, and that he would have to test the power of the ring. The girl was scared for a moment, since she had already seen the strength of the little mage in the art of combat. The boy calmed her down so she wouldn't worry, and he wasn't going to use all his power, because he would use a simple spell. Stephanie walked to the spot where the young sorcerer was pointing, trying to control herself. Looking down, she stood on that very spot and prepared for a possible magic attack. Although she was scared, she believes Yuchi wouldn't hurt her, especially on purpose. The little mage made a hand gesture to his friend and told her that he would start now, as soon as the main character answered well. The The boy began to form a cloud of magical energy in his hand. He threw it towards the girl, thus attacking her, and at the same time, testing the protective magic of the ring. This, upon feeling an attack directed at its owner, began to shoot and emit red light. A magic shield appeared in front of Stephanie, who took the blow from the flying ball. It worked not only as a defense, but also as a counterattack, directing this energy back to the attacker. Yuchi saw his own simple spell flying towards him, with which he tested the ring's powers. The boy defended himself with his shield, only now absorbing all the energy inside it to complete the test. He looked exhausted, motionless, and sweating as if he were fighting someone strong. The girl looked at him, fearing she had caused him some harm, even unintentionally. But she still did it. She ran to him and asked if everything was all right with him. He replied that everything was fine, but that he didn't expect how the spell would fly back towards him. The sorcerer continued explaining that this shield not only protected her, but also enhanced any spell, turning it against the attacker. Now the girl thought that even if a jealous villain attacked her, she would be safe, and all thanks to the master. Asking a friend, by jealous she means Magdalena, and expressing her opinion that she is unlikely to dare to approach you. Stephanie asked why, to which she received the answer that yesterday the master had duly punished her. The girl asked again, punished, because she immediately imagined a picture of Helio tied to a pole. The young mage thought for a moment, and said that the punishment did not seem so cruel to him. But she clearly did not like that punishment. Last night, Magdalena seemed to be fleeing from something terrible that was in the darkness. She looked back, covered in cold sweat, and with goosebumps all over her body. The sorceress sped up her pace, which gently turned into a run, to quickly reach the next room. She sat on her feet and leaned her back against the previously closed door to somehow catch her breath. This did not help her much. Fear attacked her again. No one could protect her, not even herself. The sorceress recalled how some time ago she was punished by a master whose fiancé dared to scratch. She was still trembling with fear. The question in her head was why, and how she deserved such treatment. In response to her question, another sounded, in the voice of a man who was here. Apparently, he also knew the master's anger. Upon raising her head, the girl saw her friend, a mage named Elliot, who had previously been Stephanie's bodyguard. Despite all the torment she had gone through, she smiled at her friend as if nothing had happened before. Magdalena looked at him with angry eyes, as if she wanted to take out her suffering on him. The purple mage told him, "Don't look at me with such anger. I just feel sorry for you, we are in the same boat after all." After what was said, the sorcerer showed his hand. To be precise, the sleeve where the hand should have been. The girl looked at this picture with horror, because they had met recently, and everything was in order. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her heart began to beat faster with emotion. But then the question followed, did the gentleman do it? Elliot confirmed it with a smile on his face, saying that the girl was luckier than him, and that in general he could reattach his hand. However, that little jerk has it, and he won't give it to me until I properly clean the entire castle. The mage continued while exhaling. Magdalena immediately understood who Yuchi was referring to. Who is the right hand of the supreme mage? The violet sorcerer says that, for some reason, this little one has begun to defend the usual norm, although this is not at all typical for us mages. The sorceress angrily hit the floor with her fist because she hated this Eastern princess more and more. Yuchi, the best mage after the master, and the only one recognized by Mr. Crowley, interfered with her. But it seems he doesn't like ruling the central lands at all. So he started helping to manage the castle. That unpleasant little mage. How can you accept this? Why is everyone on her side? You are really satisfied with the fact that it is some kind of norm to be next to Mr. Crowley. The sorceress was not happy out loud. The sorcerer remained seated in his place, and only asked his friend if she wanted some useful advice. Without waiting for an answer, he got off the table and walked to the exit of the room. "Before I leave," He said the same advice if life is precious. Then don't mess with this norm. The door slammed shut, but not before Elliot said goodbye. And Magdalena looked at the floor with her head bowed. After that, she raised her fist above her head because she still had to deal with the emotions of anger. She hit the floor with this fist, causing a roar that swept through the entire room. The energy around her intensified more and more. She clearly had no intention of leaving all this without a trace. At that moment, Stephanie was worried about the sorceress. If everything would be all right for her after Mr. Scheinel's punishment. Although she didn't really care. But Crowley can be very cruel. Yuchi told her that everything would be fine. Because it was only the first time she did something wrong. The lion mage approached them and asked them what they were chatting about. To which the young sorcerer replied that their conversation was about a fool. The blue-haired sorceress immediately hit the nail on the head with her guess, asking if it was about Magdalena. I think because the master cast a spell on the wedding ring. Everything was to protect you from the evil sorceress. The mage admired his master, happily began to applaud his companion's friendship, saying that thank God they refused to test the ring's powers. Otherwise, they would have already been punished. The blue-haired girl continued by saying that the jealous sorceress would have to accept the fact that he had a fiancé. To prove his love and protect his fiancé. He made such a wonderful ring. Our master is so romantic, added his friend affectionately. The protagonist, hearing all this, at that moment flew in her thoughts. Looking at her ring, she didn't understand why it affected her physical condition. Although she didn't question his powerful charms, she decided for herself that she needed to know everything possible about him and not take photos of him for nothing. At that moment, Yuchi was saying that this idiot should have been punished for what she did yesterday. So I have no idea what's wrong with her now. The yellow-haired mage was happy about this and started asking if he had already managed to do anything. What time was it? They told him that this was her first punishment. This annoyed the sorcerers in the room. Apparently, they didn't like Magdalena either. Stephanie wondered for the first time in more detail what this was, because the young mage only mentioned it. The sorceress with a square began to explain that every mage in the tower has only one chance to offend the master. And then the person will face a terrible fate. The main character was amazed that everything was so serious with them. But Yuchi explained how this helps discipline all the castle inhabitants. The second time, the mage will not face death. But from Elliot's experience, we can confidently say that the punishment will definitely not be easy. This time, Magdalena got away with it only. But if she continues, she will have only herself to blame, because she knows firsthand what happens to those who anger the master. The girl understood from all these words that everyone here has the right to make mistakes. The pink-haired girl said that Magdalena is deprived of intelligence. That's why I advise her to be on guard. Lady Stephanie. Fania remembered that, in the original story, Magdalena was tormented by jealousy, which is why she was now facing her in her most terrible form. And she had to be careful. A sorcerer with blindfolded eyes approached the mage who looked like a lion and gave him a blow on the shoulder. The blonde turned with a surprised look. The second said only 2 words. A magic request. He immediately began to complain, because he had completely forgotten that it was time to leave. Yuchi decided to find out what kind of magic request this was this time. They immediately answered him that now it was killing monsters. Then you should hurry because it could be very dangerous for others, said the young sorcerer. The team of mages began a takeoff, waving their hands, saying goodbye to everyone. And see you soon. The young mage wished them good luck and said that these 4 were relatively normal guys among all the castle inhabitants. So if I'm not there, ask them for help, said Stephanie. She was surprised by the relatively normal phrase, but she agreed with him. Okay. Now let's go back to the castle, the young mage said to his friend with a smile. They walked through the castle grounds, examining everything around them, all the surroundings and the beauty of the architecture. The girl remembered something and decided to clarify. I remember you said that requests are issued to mages depending on complexity and skill of the mages themselves. Do you receive any requests? She asked. Yuchi said, of course, I often receive requests for evaluation and analyzing things because I have a well-developed analytical magic. At first, the main character was surprised that such a thing existed, but she understood how he found out that the water cube contained my blood. I cannot be called an ordinary mage. And ordinary. I can notice the smallest details in everything around me. The mage boasted. Well, for example, at that moment I was sitting next to the flower bed and pointing to one of the flowers. He could tell who and when planted these flowers here an ordinary mage. And ordinary could not answer these questions. For Yuchi, it was as natural as breathing, blinking, eating, and drinking. Stephanie was amazed by this and asked that it was amazing. But your magic is not capable of seeing everything. Yes, said the young sorcerer with a smile. There are also things that, when looking at them, I cannot analyze anything. By the way, are you interested in seeing how magic requests are fulfilled? He asked the Archmage's fiancé. One just came to me, although it is tomorrow. He said the mage with a little desperation. To which he received a question from the girl if she could really go with him. Of course, the trip to the northern lands is only in a week. And you wanted to earn money, and if you help me. I will help you, said Yuchi happily. The protagonist thought that this was not the kind of job she wanted to find, and said that she didn't know how the norm could help the mage. If you want, I will gladly go with you. She added, which pleased Yuchi, who said that tomorrow they would go on a mission. The young sorcerer sighed, because he had completely forgotten that he still had errands in the castle, of which he told her. After that, he asked her if it was all right with her to leave Stephanie alone for a while. Don't worry, you don't need to watch over me. If something happens, I will immediately go to my room, said the girl with a look of approval. And besides, I have a ring from Mr. Shinyul that can help me. She added. The young mage was happy about the girl's independence and looked at her with a smile because she didn't bother him. The boy waved his hands and said that then he ran to do errands. At the same time, he added that if something happens, then call me and I will be there. The protagonist was also happy that even from a distance they could come to her aid. And she replied, okay. Well, see you then. Yuchi waved his hand, thus sending her on her way. She walked towards the castle. The wind ruffled her curls. Her dress hung almost touching the ground. All this time, the young mage waved his hand at her back, although she no longer even looked at him. The girl was no longer visible on the horizon. She disappeared behind the flower beds and the castle. But all this time, her friend was observing this. As soon as the young sorcerer was convinced that she was not there, he could act according to the plan he had created in his head. Using magic, he pulled his broom out of the portal and flew in an unknown direction. At that moment, Crowley froze in the air above the clouds, above an unidentified country and, with the help of magic runes, he was doing something. As always, he was impassive, as if in a trance, although he was simply doing his job with full concentration. At that moment, Yuchi flew towards him on his flying machine, who was happy to have discovered the master. He immediately asked him if he was investigating monster migration and how he was doing in this matter. Of course, he received no answer, because the Supreme Mage asked his own question. What were you doing here? Well, as the guardian of your castle, I was forced to inform you about your fiancé, said the right hand. This immediately caught the master's attention, who immediately turned to his young friend. Yuchi continued by saying that the girl was trying to hide something from them. The master immediately looked aside, remembering a moment associated with his fiancé. How he said that a mage he couldn't say anything about taught her. It already sounded like a riddle. You can check for yourself that she is behaving strangely. Or perhaps you have noticed something else in her behavior. Asked the young sorcerer. The great ruler of the Central Lands said nothing. and simply turned in the opposite direction. He got down to business, studying the monsters with the help of magic runes. As if Yuchi wasn't there. "Master, but I can't look after her forever," said the young mage desperately. After all, she also needs his attention. He told Mr. Xenial Crowley. The mage asked why. His right hand also asked why. Because everything seemed obvious to him. At the same time, the boy was surprised by everything. And asked what? "I mean, are you saying you don't know anything?" The master asked him what he was talking about. The young mage rejoiced in his heart that not even the master himself knew anything about his fiancée. "What do you mean?" Yuchi laughed at this, and said that it would be better for him to find out personally through his fiancée. Crowley was clearly dissatisfied with this answer, and said threateningly that he wanted to die. But the sorcerer was already flying back to the castle. He sat calmly on his broom, and flew without thinking about anything. Still, he didn't understand how the master really didn't notice anything about his fiancée. Didn't notice that something was wrong with Stephanie, or that some event had happened before. The next day, Yuchi went to the door of his friend's room and knocked. He wished her good morning and asked if he could come in. She could be heard walking around the room, rushing to quickly open the doors to her bodyguard. She approached him in a new white dress, with a beautiful butterfly on her chest, and wished him good morning. She closed the door behind her, and immediately asked her if she had slept enough last night. With a happy look on her face, she replied that today was better than last night. The little mage realized immediately, and said that it seemed the scratch had healed completely. "Sorry for worrying you," said the girl. But they were told that everything was fine. But now something else was important. "Didn't you sleep enough?" Yuchi asked, and added that she had bruises under her eyes. The girl was surprised to remember her friend's good analytical ability. She began to say that yesterday was such a busy day that she hadn't fully recovered yet. The young mage, worried about his friend, suggested that she rest today. Stephanie said that, for her, everything was fine, and that she was completely ready for today. Previously, when Yuchi was flying back to the castle, he wondered if it was worth telling the master something. Yesterday, after saying goodbye to Yuchi, she immediately went to her room in the castle. "In the last moment, I remembered that I wanted to do something today. Therefore, I turned in the opposite direction and ran to the previously planned place." She ran to Lucy because she needed to talk to her about something. After all, if this little seamstress really knows my condition, then she could tell the master. Fania thought, although Yuchi doesn't seem to know anything yet, which means there is a possibility that Lucy hasn't told anyone anything. The girl, remembering the way to the workshop, started turning the corner. If her memory doesn't lie to her. There, the main character was frightened by an incomprehensible shadow. And at first, it was difficult to distinguish who it was. "I'm sorry," the girl said immediately, because at least it was correct according to the standards of decency. The person she bumped into was Magdalena, who was wearing a black dress, and even revealing. Stephanie had the idea that she expected to meet someone here, but not with her. The sorceress, as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't been punished in any way. She said, "Dear Stephanie, good afternoon." At that moment, Norma, who now lives in the castle, she had several thoughts about why her rival treated her this way. "How nice to have been able to meet you. Because I wanted to apologize for my behavior," said the sorceress. She put her hands together and seemed to beg, saying that she had behaved unpleasantly at yesterday's meeting. She said several unpleasant things, as Fania recalled, thinking that Crowley would not have chosen someone like her. "I also hurt your pretty face." Magdalena apologized with artificial regret. She even bowed before the main character, and said in a slightly louder voice that she regretted everything very much. The girl began to understand that something was wrong here, and now she was acting in front of her, like in a circus, to cloud her mind. The sorceress continued saying that, "However, you must have realized yourself that I really like Mr. Crowley. It really happened that his choice fell on you. That's why I want to get to know you better, she said, keeping her hand close to her heart. She said she swears she will no longer interfere with them or the master. What the hell, Stephanie thought. And she didn't believe a single word from the villain who asked a friend. Was Signal's punishment really so severe that she changed her mind? The girl wondered. Magdalena continued mumbling, saying that Stephanie, recently you became his fiancée. Therefore, I can assume that his appearance attracted you. And I cannot condemn your choice, said the sorceress. However, I have known the master for a long time, and I can tell you a lot about him, said the sorceress with clearly dark intentions. Especially from the last sentence, it became clear that the villain hadn't changed at all. If you want to play with me, do it your way. The main character decided to enter the game. Then she said, thank you for your kindness, Lady Magdalena, but I wasn't angry with you. On the contrary, thanks to this misunderstanding, I became much closer to Mr. Shineal. It's all thanks to you, Stephanie said mischievously, which generated the corresponding question. From the sorceress, the girl looked at her hand to show how much she admired the ring on her left hand. She showed it to her rival and told her that the gentleman had made the ring especially for her. The ring on the left hand on the ring finger, at the same time sealed with strong magic. The master put feelings into this little thing that Magdalena can only dream of. The main character thought. The sorceress looked at the ring and heard everything. After this, she was speechless. She was in shock. Fania continued boasting because it is very beautiful. And the stone of this ring is the color of Mr. Shineal's eyes. I am very grateful to him for this kind gesture, she said in a very demonstrative way. And happy. Still, you are right, Lady Magdalena, because you spent much more time with him than I did. And I will gladly listen to stories about him from your lips. Stephanie continued, unfortunately I am a common person, and ordinary, and therefore I cannot understand the mind of a mage. But since I am his fiancée, I want to know more about him. She extended her hand towards the sorceress and asked her if she could be trusted. Lady Magdalena. At first she was surprised by such a gesture and such words because she expected a completely different reaction. Still, all this was an advantage for her, because this is exactly what she wanted to achieve. So she immediately agreed. In response, she also extended her hand to shake them as true friends. At the same time, they smiled at each other while initiating a secret war. Magdalena is the only daughter of the current king of the Western lands. She grew up in love and luxury, and was loved by everyone, no matter how badly she acted. Because of this, she grew up to be a rather vain girl, and cruel who doesn't consider anyone. None of the mages of the central lands could get along with her. And at no time did she betray herself until her death. Stephanie thought, knowing the entire plot of the novel, you shouldn't expect changes from her, because this simply cannot be. It is probably also worth telling Yuchi about our conversation with Magdalena. The main character thought, if we forget about her character and her actions, Magdalena is a true representative of a purebred aristocrat. Beautiful and well-groomed appearance, excellent clothing style, as well as incredible magic skills compared to her. I am just a small common person. And ordinary. The girl thought desperately, leaning against the wall and hitting her head from sadness. She was also saddened by the fact that she hadn't done anything to be a worthy wife for Mr. Shineal. Fania had a situation from the past with her sister, where she called her, "Hey, little sister, buy me nail polish," Angelica asked her sister, who at that moment was washing the floors of the room. With a deep sigh of sadness, she replied that they didn't have money for this, although if there was an opportunity, she would gladly buy everything for her sister. Wow, you recently bought me such a beautiful hairpin, and it costs much more than nail polish, the younger sister asked indignantly. Buying one day's polish wouldn't have been a problem, but knowing that my sister would want to buy a lot of nail polishes of different colors, I had to give up. The discontent did not end there either. Angelica asked intentionally, Why did you decide that? Because I didn't even say anything. Stephanie said in a calm voice that this is a fact. And there are simply no other options to challenge it. The blonde sister started pressing her feelings. Tears were already forming in her eyes. And her lips said that her sister was very rude. At first, the protagonist simply remained silent and continued scrubbing the floors. But then she made concessions and said she would buy a brightener, only on the condition that her mother wouldn't find out. The younger sister immediately changed her appearance. A smile appeared, and the question was whether this was true, and if the sister promised it. She replied yes. "Thank you, sister," Angelica said with open arms, running and hugging her sister. Fania only thought that no matter how much she worked, she always spent everything on others, and not a penny on herself. Now that she has the long-awaited freedom, she can buy herself something. It is true that some fact weighing on her soul still hindered this desire. At that moment, the castle's information expert and the magnificent seamstress turned the corner. Peace, upon seeing a new acquaintance who was the reason for her feelings, greeted her immediately. Stephanie was worried and asked how long they had been standing there, and if they had seen what happened before. They saw everything from the beginning, when they first encountered Magdalena. Because this is interesting especially for an employee. The main character was clearly not happy to have seen and heard everything from the beginning. She would never have thought that Magdalena would learn from her mistakes. But she even apologized to you. And this is something amazing, said Peace. She added that if she had attacked you, we definitely wouldn't have stood on the sidelines. Fania really didn't believe it. The informant began to ask what the master's fiancé thought about this. The girl didn't understand what the employee meant by this, and asked him a clarifying question. She asked in more detail if the sorceress really regretted the crime committed yesterday. Stephanie felt that she didn't believe the sorceress had fully learned her lesson, although she might be afraid of him. But with this ring, I am no longer afraid to talk to her, said the girl. A loud shout shocked the entire corridor with one word. Ring, followed by a question about when the master gave it to you. The protagonist did not expect such a strong reaction, but at the same time immediately answered that it happened yesterday, right after you left. The mage's face turned pale, not from fear or surprise, but from the fact that he didn't yet know such a feeling. He should have sent Yuchi alone to the warehouse, since he knew he would miss something interesting. All his fault, said Piz with clasped hands. So it's time to work, he said decisively, to which he received the girl's question whether she would tell the whole continent about the ring donated right now. No, I will spread it exclusively in the central lands, said the employee, already getting to work. This ring only proves your current status. I think everyone should know about it, he said, again provoking Stephanie to ask him what he was talking about. After thinking for a moment, he replied that, knowing what kind of relationship you have with the master, no one would dare attack you. For example, it is true that the main character realized that for everyone else it works completely differently. Oh, I really don't understand what goes on in the minds of all mages, even though I have read the novel several times. At that moment, the important thing was something completely different, and not this news about the ring, which would be told to all intellectuals. The most important was Lucy, the little seamstress who had spoken of the smell of a corpse at the last meeting. The girl turned to her, Lucy, and asked her if she remembered that yesterday. She said that I had a very unusual smell. You didn't tell anyone about it, Stephanie hopefully asked the silent girl. Lucy shook her head from left to right, which meant the answer was no. The protagonist sighed in relief, because she doesn't know at all how the girl found out about my impending death. According to the plot of the novel, Lucy was not hostile towards anyone, and if Fania asks her not to tell anyone about this, she will most likely agree. And so it was, the girl began to ask Lucy not to tell anyone about this, especially Mr. Shinyal. The girl stood there at first, without showing signs of response. In fact, I remembered the words of my friend Yuchi, who asked not to offend the kind girl Fania. Only after that did she shake her head, so that her answer clearly showed a positive side for the main character. The girl was happy that now her soul could be at peace about this situation. And she thanked Lucy. After that, the girl said a few more words, which was truly surprising. Now the little seamstress did not smell the odor of rot from the master's fiancé's corpse, who immediately asked if it was true. Peace, having heard all this, also joined the conversation by asking what Lucia just said. Stephanie was the first to notice it. She was surprised that she even overheard her dialogue with the seamstress. If so, then the girl needs to figure out how to get out of this situation. Otherwise, if Piz finds out about her illness, it will immediately become known throughout the continent. The information collector interrupted her thoughts with a strong sentence. Lucy spoke, but I didn't hear her. The protagonist's facial expression immediately changed, because she expected a completely different question. Phenomenal admired the employee, and said Lucy had never communicated with anyone other than me until that moment. She immediately asked Fania what they were talking about, because she noticed the girl's voice. But she missed the content. Since she didn't hear, it means she can lie a little. The girl thought and said that Lucy only said she smelled good. Of course, this wasn't entirely true, but it was her smell they really discussed. Although it is difficult to call it a compliment, even Lucy confirmed it with her voice. And Peace patted her head with joy. And kindness. Phew. The main character exhaled and began to think that it was only a little bit. Suddenly, at the end of the hallway, a familiar voice shouted her name, and this gave her some kind of bad premonition. It was Yuchi who shouted it through the windows. Flying through the castle and looking for his fiancée, whom he is responsible for. Thank God you were with Piz and Lucy all this time, he asked, jumping off his broom directly through the window. He ran closer to Stephanie to make sure her health was in perfect condition at that moment. And she didn't have any scratches. She started talking, although I told you I would stay in the room. I felt a little sad, so I decided to walk around the castle. Sorry, Yuchi, said the girl. And he clarified again that it was simply a decision to go for a walk. I hope you haven't gotten into any trouble, the young mage asked her. To which she started answering no. And that everything is fine for her. It is true that not even here did they allow her to finish, because the voice of the great informant of all lands uttered the phrase. Well, how should I put it? He immediately revealed the whole truth, saying that he met Magdalena while walking around the castle. The young sorcerer feared for his friend, because one can expect anything from a villain. Even after the punishment, the main character remained silent and simply looked at the bodyguard as if nothing had happened. Yuchi was annoyed by the information and said that if he left the castle for only a couple of hours, she would appear again. Peace added that this sorceress is still intimidating Stephanie, despite the lesson the master gave her. But the fiancé of our supreme mage proudly ignored all her provocations and even managed to put the devil in her place, the young mage's employee assured. Stephanie stood there, without saying anything and without bragging, because none of that really happened to her. The young sorcerer began to beg his friend to try to ignore Magdalena and not to talk to her again, although you have a ring from the teacher that can protect you. Listening to her eternal reproaches is simply unbearable, Yuchi said. The girl looked at her young friend and apologized for unnecessarily worrying him. After all, the sorceress promised to share everything she knows about Mr. Shinyal with the main character. Although the young mage was right, and there was no point in confronting her again. She should have insulted Fania's affection for Mr. Shinyal by exalting herself as the only woman who knows everything about him. How the girl instantly became furious, although it cannot be argued that Magdalena may know Shinyal better than her. After all, Stephanie knows the master only as a character from her favorite novel. And memorable. After all, right now, she is learning more and more about the most powerful mage in the Central Lands, who told her that she should communicate with him as an equal. because he is her fiancé. But it is better to raise her head and speak more clearly. Otherwise, she will not be able to understand his feelings, especially after such statements. She wants to know all aspects of his personality from beginning to end. Piz and Yuchi looked at her with surprised eyes, since she even agreed to talk to the sorceress about the master. Moving away from the girls, one of them asked the second if he and Mr. Scheinel had any kind of discord in their relationship. The young sorcerer replied that he had never asked the master such frank questions about the soul. But he should, in case they cancel the engagement because they barely communicate. Said the clerk to his interlocutor. Yes, this is a problem, replied the young mage. Because now she is taking a step to acknowledge the master, even through communication with this vixen. Said the informant. At that moment, the girls nearby were observing all this. They thought they definitely needed to intervene in this situation, because they didn't have enough for Magdalena to do anything else with her. So it was better to help them themselves, turning their heads and at the same time directing their gaze at Stephanie. They scared her with such actions. She was very uncomfortable. She wondered why they were looking at her like that. Yuchi exclaimed, as if it were an incredible idea, to form a support group in honor of Stephanie's love for the master. This alone surprised the girl. But Peace added that they would help her reach the master's heart. He even asked Lucy if she would also help them. But she, as always, simply remained silent and looked forward. The main character still didn't understand what was happening now and why such measures were taken against her. So, first we must determine the main tasks. Before she could list them, it began to look like she was falling backward because Fania grabbed his hand. The girl asked what they were doing together, but the rest of the support team decided to stay away. I already told you that I simply admire the gentleman, but I have no sympathy for him, said the girl. But you are hiding your feelings because of me, Yuchi said with sweet eyes. After such a phrase, the girl had even more questions, and she decided to clarify what the young sorcerer was talking about. The boy asked her if she didn't remember their first conversation during their first meeting. He then asked her if she would marry the master, to which she replied that of course not. At that moment, she didn't even suspect what she really felt for our master, said the young mage. And that means, he continued, that there is no longer any need to hide your true feelings. So if we help you, you can stay here and make our master fall in love with you. Stephanie immediately said she didn't understand why her friend came up with the idea that she loved Crowley. Because apart from feelings of admiration, she felt nothing else for him. So, why do you need to know the master better so you can prepare sweets for him? Yuchi asked in incomprehension. This boy really liked her so much that he wanted her not to leave his castle, even after the 2 months I was assigned. The main character wondered. Of course, she is very happy, but in the current situation, it makes no sense. The attention of the two friends was caught by a local reporter who uttered a phrase. Curious, after which he continued with his new feeling. It turns out that Stephanie doesn't like our master. The girl shuddered a little because she didn't expect such conclusions, although obvious, and the green-haired mage added that this was very suspicious. The employee's gaze seemed to pierce her soul, and his voice said that it was strange to become the master's wife without feeling love for him. Are you really with him for personal gain? He asked, but the main character was thinking what she should do. If Piz finds out that ours is fictitious, then she will tell everyone. After the mages find out about her situation, it will be dangerous for her to remain in the castle, and even in these lands. Peace, you misunderstood everything, said the little mage, that it is not the first time he has even verbally helped his friend. Fania is simply afraid that the master will one day abandon her. Therefore, she does not allow herself to show her true feelings for him. Yuchi explained. That's right, Fania, he shouted at the girl to clarify the veracity of her words. She looked at everyone as if she didn't know what else to say. But as always, she found the right words. Right words? To tell the truth, I have never heard words of love from the master. said the girl with bitterness and slight despair. Therefore, she began to worry that this marriage was simply an obstacle for him. And I was the main reason for this. He continued. Well then, we definitely have to help Stephanie, said the chief event reporter with an interesting intonation. With a completely different intonation. She wondered what to do next. Because it is true that sometimes their masters are very difficult to understand. I'm sorry, Stephanie, I was wrong about you. But you can count on us. We will help you achieve the master's love, said Peace, to which she received words of gratitude. But at the same time, the girl herself even moved away a little. From the mage, too emotional. Let's go back to the next morning, when the main character was supposed to, and her bodyguard were to go to a magic request. Then Yuchi again recalled yesterday's conversation with the new support group for the relationship of the two, and said that everything was resolved well. The girl sitting behind him said again, without you, I wouldn't have found a suitable excuse. Thanks. After all, it is better for them not to talk about the truth of the marriage between Mr. Shineal and the arriving princess. In any case, they decided that it would be better for everyone to live in happy ignorance of the whole situation. After all, every person has their own reaction and opinion about the truth, and besides, the less people know, the calmer their life is. After what happened, it is better for Tiffany not to know all the details. The young wizard concluded his monologue. What are you talking about? The girl asked about all this, to which she heard that it doesn't matter. What matters is which requests they will fulfill today. Their current employer is the owner of an antique shop in the Central Lands. The goal is to evaluate his collection, and the task is to put the shop in order. The main character reasoned logically and out loud that he was from the Central Lands. And he was also a mage, but he received the answer that yes. In a way, but mages are strong. And weak. After all, even if you don't know how to cast a spell, that doesn't mean you are capable of everything, said the young sorcerer. That's why such requests exist, so that we can help mages who are not capable of something. Our heroes were almost there. Yuchi pointed his finger at the house below and said that this is where they would spend the day. They landed next to the house and walked towards the doors. Stephanie examined everything around. As soon as they entered the house, her eyes saw an adult man, around whom there were books, flowers, and various products. He looked very carefully, using a small microscope. The vase next to him, a young sorcerer who called him Hey, distracted him from his work. Finn immediately looked up and recognized his friend, the young mage, pointing with his eyes and tilting his head towards the girl. He said that he hadn't come alone today. The man who was sitting before got up from his chair and expressed his assumption that this must be our master's fiancé. Nice to meet you, my name is Finn. The man bowed to her and introduced himself. The protagonist smiled and said that she was also delighted to meet you. My name is Stephanie. Today she will help me with my work, Yuchi mentioned, pointing with his hand at the new guest of this house. Well, don't be stupid. Forcing the master's fiancé to work is unthinkable, said the owner of the house with a discontented look. The young sorcerer with a calm face says that everything is fine. But Finn didn't like this situation, because for him, this is literally forcing the ruler to work. And this is not normal. What if something happens to the master's fiancé immediately after you were assigned to look after her? Then the master will definitely kill you. The man explained. The protagonist did not understand what the owner of the house meant by the phrase that someone had been appointed to look after her. At that moment, the young mage realized that his friend probably didn't know an interesting fact. He said that last night Peace again sent news throughout the Central Lands. The girl wondered when all this could have happened, and what could be written there. Did he really write it after that conversation? Stephanie wondered, remembering yesterday. What was the news about? She asked, because apparently she alone in this room knew nothing. Finn and his acquaintance looked at each other, after which the owner of the house walked towards the girl and told her that the master had appointed Yuchi as her personal protector. In short, now the mage, who has the same strength as the master, protects you. And in other words, the master expressed his love for you with such a gesture. Said the man, even if the great mage cannot be with her all the time, now the girl will definitely be safe. If even one hair falls from your head, the master will undoubtedly punish everyone. Added the owner of the house. The protagonist thought that all this was some kind of nonsense, because she didn't know where they got the idea that his protection was some kind of manifestation of love. After all, Shinil is just trying to make her stay in the castle as safe and comfortable as possible. According to the girl, they have no future because the time will come, and Angelica will appear on the scene. In any case, don't worry too much. Elliot and Magdalena threatened Fania's life, and they are still alive, said Yuchi. But this did not comfort the man. He added that there are many things in his shop that can harm Norma, so it's better for you to return to the castle. The young sorcerer did not back down, but he said that everything would be fine for her, because the master took care of his fiancée's safety. Fania, show him the ring, said the young mage, after which she immediately raised her hand towards the owner of the house. She asked Finn, I hope everything goes well for me with this ring. He was shocked, for him it was a work of art, the most ideal magic chain, and a very powerful spell. The content of this elegant thing is simply incredible, he said with a very excited face. He asked the girl to lend it to him for a while to look at it with a clearer look. And intelligent. Yuchi, looking at his friend, realized that she was confused, and assured her that this man was just a common old fanatic, and ordinary about everything magical. I'll return it quickly. I just want to see this fabric and find out what it is capable of, Finn said with burning eyes. He simply couldn't believe what his eyes had left him in shock. The little mage led him aside so he could rest. And they succeeded. The man shouted the word with all his might. No, because he really wanted to look at it. Stephanie felt uncomfortable about all this. The young sorcerer took the girl to another room, which was completely full of books and shelves for them. He said that the girl's task for today is to put the books on the shelves. They are all labeled so that she finds the one she needs. If something happens, I'm in the next room. Call me if you need help, Yuchi told his friend. The protagonist said fine, because she was happy to be able to help at least somehow. Around her were mountains of books that had been there for weeks, and they seemed to ask to be placed on the shelves. She picked up book after book and put it on the shelves. Everything was according to names and names. Organizing books is not such a difficult job, which means I can do it quickly, the girl thought. Bending down, she picked up the next pile of books and put them on the shelves. Suddenly, something unusual caught her attention. Even in such a simple matter, something like this happens. She picked up another book and saw that there was simply nothing in it. Neither the title nor the author. Assuming that the book was simply covered with a large layer of dust. She wiped it clean, but nothing changed. A kind of sharp pain passed through her insides. So Stephanie withdrew her hands and dropped the book. The book opened. The pages contained some kind of medical research. Damn it, the girl said, because she was worried that she might damage the book this way. As she reached out to pick it up, she noticed the name, which could definitely interest the girl. The index of the book contained the following words: Research on Jock's disease. Her body immediately went into stress, because this was the disease that left her only a few months to live. The girl remembered the conversation she had before leaving. When in the rain, she told the doctor she was leaving for the Central Lands, to which he replied that perhaps doctors live there, and they are developing cures for Jug's disease. The girl's thoughts revolved around only one thing. Does this book really mention a medicine that will save her? She leaned towards the book to read what kind of information was stored in this book. Stephanie's face expressed surprise after flipping through a few pages of this book. It turns out that all the pages were empty, like a blank sheet, like a book they were about to write. She wondered how this could be, because the Central Lands should have everything that an ordinary person needs. The girl frantically began flipping through the remaining pages to find something, or to make sure it was completely empty. Unfortunately for her, the second option was the correct one, and the book turned out to be empty, as if no one had researched anything. The protagonist thought about what was written in other books. She weaved the nearest one, but it was also empty. Fania shouted, her voice entering the room. She was trembling imperceptibly because she didn't want anyone to see her. It was Yuchi who came to check on how his fiancée was doing, and if she was well. Looking at her, the question immediately left his mouth. What are you doing now? Because he thought she was humbly arranging books. He walked quickly towards her, while the girl thought about a plan for her justification. Without having time to think of anything, she simply started apologizing, and to say that she opened these books. But they were all empty. The young mage was silent at first, and simply looked at the open books, as if there was desperation in his eyes. As soon as he raised his hand towards the book, he began to feel that all the pages were saturated with magic. Previously, these books were not blank, but someone simply stole the letters from the pages, leaving them completely blank. Faced with all this, a question arose in Stephanie. Why would a person do something like that? The young sorcerer thought about it. Of course, it will be impossible for him to find out the real reason for this. But for some reason, the man stole everything from these pages, except for the title. With the help of his magic and additional skills, the boy was able to use them and understand what was done with the books. At that moment, Finn entered the room and said that it was not necessary, because all these books belonged to our former ruler. The girl was surprised by the word because she had completely forgotten, or she didn't even know that such a character existed here. Yuchi confirmed the man's words by saying that the name of the former master was Rodolphin Norris, the previous ruler of the Central Lands, and in his memories, the young sorcerer recalled his image. The girl thought about it. It turned out that this was the master who ruled before Chinyal. But the novel did not reveal any information about his predecessors, so she knows nothing about him. Besides, he didn't do this to one or two books, but to all present in this room. The man thought about it. Of course, he didn't know the reason, but he could assume that all masters were obsessed with studying magic, and perhaps not all wanted to share their knowledge. Yuchi also began to speculate about what exactly in the study of magic could influence such an action. At that moment, Stephanie caught everyone's attention and asked if the ex-master was still alive. They answered her, of course. And then she asked the second thing, if he lives in the Central Lands. The young sorceress was worried and asked him why he was interested in such details. She was interested to know why he no longer rules in the Central Lands, although his health has not yet failed him, to which she received a rather harsh answer, and clear that he was not in these lands. But the girl did not stop there either. She wanted to ask another question, but Yuchi immediately interrupted her, saying that he could not tell her where the former master was now. The boy's expression changed. He began to smile and say that, unfortunately, the division and the struggle for power do not concern her. He then added that only his master could better tell her about those times and those events. Events. After all, if you ask him, he will definitely tell you everything, said the mage cheerfully. The protagonist agreed, because she herself understood that Yuchi was too young to know those times in detail. But this situation saved her, because right now she could have betrayed herself and the disease that plagued her. The owner of the house said that the children were tired and invited them to have tea because yesterday he bought some very rich chocolates, and he is absolutely sure that Mrs. Stephanie will like them. The children turned to look at him with surprised looks as if they didn't like such a proposal. The girl immediately began to deny that she had done almost nothing. So she wasn't tired. The little mage was not happy that she once again downplayed her actions, because they were in no hurry anyway, so they could rest in peace. At the same time, we will evaluate the magical instruments. I'm sure you'll like them, he said. Finn added that there was a lot of work in his workshop, and that he did not expect his order to be fulfilled in one day. So don't worry. After such good persuasion, she of course accepted such a tempting offer. The three of them had a good sip of tea and cake. Everyone enjoyed it very much and rested well. After tea, everyone went to the pantry, in which there was a mountain of magical tools. Stephanie had already seen one of them when it was used on Elliot. Suspended from the top of the castle, again Yuchi invited her to try this, only this time on the mountain of all these tools. Later, after such a busy day, they returned to the castle and headed to their rooms. The girl lay down on her bed and thought who the former master was and why he was doing all this. Rodolfo Norris is a former master and ruler of the lands who studied Yug's disease. Oh, if only he could tell me about his research. The girl thought. She instantly came to her senses. Why then? What would happen next? She wondered. What am I thinking about? Why am I discussing this problem in my head? Waiting for him better. She resigned herself and accepted the fact that she would die very soon. Because there was no place for her in the world of this novel. Even if I start looking for this person, my search could lead me to even greater disappointment. So what's the point of fighting if there's no chance of success? Fania decided. Lift your head. Speak clearly. Otherwise, I won't be able to understand your feelings. While Shinyul's voice sounded in her head, her eyes began to fill with tears. Because in reality, she wanted only one thing. Just one thing. To see Mr. Shinyul and talk to him at the moment. Discuss everything and ask. Suddenly, a sound was heard as if a portal had opened. Or a magic ball had formed. Turning around, she saw the same man she had dreamed of that night. Crowley stood in front of her in a white fur coat, and as if wearing a count's suit underneath. Stephanie asked him if he was here. Before she could finish speaking, she heard a question in response. It sounded like, "Didn't you call me?" She couldn't understand him. She even wondered if she had called him that night. He seemed to be silent the whole time. Mr. Shinyul was getting closer and closer to her. But how could he hear me? The girl still wondered. The main character began to recall previous cases when the Archmage came to them. The first moment that came to mind was when Peace shouted at the knight, and he immediately appeared in front of them. It turned out that Mr. Crowley came at her call at any time, even when it might be inconvenient. He kept sitting silently on the bed, as if he himself was waiting for a question from his fiancée. Stephanie immediately understood this and asked him, "So you heard my voice?" She said with surprise and interest. The fiancé in his repertoire was very laconic and only said one word, "Yes." How far away can one hear? The protagonist decided to find out. Still amazed by this ability, the great mage and current master of the Central Lands replied that no matter how far away she was, he would always hear her voice. The girl, unexpectedly for the mage, laughed. He turned sharply, his entire appearance showing his question. What's funny about this? She stopped laughing, but there was still a smile. She apologized and said that all this seemed like some kind of miracle. Then she immediately started to deny the words and corrected him, saying that it seemed like her happiest dream. The mage turned in her direction. He looked at her through his gray hair, looking at her with red eyes, after which he moved sharply towards her, which she did not expect, and began to fall onto the pillow that lay behind him. Chinyul asked her what other dream she had in mind, because he was here now, right in front of her. Stephanie was frightened, as if she had said something wrong or offensive to him, so she automatically apologized. The mage looked at her and simply remained silent. He examined her, admiring every inch of her, although he himself would never admit it. Suddenly, he lay down on the bed, covering his eyes with his hand, as if he was very tired of something. The girl lying next to him did not understand why he was lying down next to her, because this had never happened. She thought it would never happen. Crowley was calm and in the same mood asked the girl why she had called him. The main character was increasingly surprised to have lain down like this just to talk about it. Her brain seemed to explode from a lack of ideas. She wasn't actually going to talk to him, but she had no other choice. Still, it was very difficult for her to think, because her whole head was occupied solely with the fact that Mr. Shinyul was lying on the bed with her. The idea came quickly, but with difficulty she said, "I never heard words of love from you." The great mage even opened his eyes at such words and looked at his fiancée with a surprised expression. Stephanie simply lay there and thought that everything was as he said. But to be honest, I just wanted to spend the rest of my life by his side. She felt that she was being looked at very attentively and turned her head towards the supreme mage. Crowley had already opened his second eye because he was shocked by everything the girl was saying, because he had never experienced this before. The girl immediately started apologizing, and to say that this was not at all the reason why she called him. Mr. Shinyul immediately told her to say whatever she wanted. And not all that. He asked for a few seconds to sort out his thoughts, but she herself wondered why he immediately frowned so much, looking down as if ashamed. He asked her if she could tell him how she could learn to value herself. It seems to him that due to the lack of respect for herself, she creates so many problems for the people around her. A person is shaped by their past, said the great mage, which surprised the fiancé. He continued by saying that she became this way due to past events. First, you must rethink them. Rethink, she wondered, meaning. I must remember those events to understand myself. The first thing that came to mind was when she was 5 years old, and she ran to her mother and asked her to read her a book, to which the mother replied that Stephanie was already an adult, and she could read the book easily. Angelica just fell asleep. We cannot make noise and disturb her peace. He added to the above. The elder daughter began to understand that her desires would not always be as important as the desires of the younger one. The next situation, when she was 8 years old, her mother said that her birthday would soon come with Angelica. We need to give you identical gifts so that Angelica doesn't get offended. To this phrase from the mother, Fania made a surprised face. She was asked if she agreed with this. The still young main character replied that no, shaking her head from side to side with a smile on her face. She explained to her mother that she would love to receive any gift, because it would still be very nice. For the girl, it was especially important that her sister Angelica be happy. Then she would also be happy. At 12, Stephanie already mastered cooking and asked her sister if she wanted stew for dinner. She said with joy on her face and fire in her eyes that she hadn't eaten it in a long time. And that because of that, but her statement was abruptly interrupted, without even fully hearing the wishes of the elder sister. The younger sister began to say, "No, I want to eat something light for dinner." The protagonist was annoyed, but still agreed with the wishes of her beloved sister. Fania realized that the wishes of her sick younger sister were always above hers, and she even managed to get used to it. "That's why," said the girl with tears on her face, "I always put my wishes in the background for the sake of others. Even I still do this." But living here was the first wish she fulfilled. For the first time in my whole life, I finally did what I really wanted, she revealed to Crowley. She decided to find out in more detail what the reason for such a drastic change was. Stephanie was surprised at first that they were also so worried about her and wanted to know what was inside her. The answer was simple and clear as day. She just wanted to know him. What did he tell her? "After all, I love him, Mr. Shinyul," said the girl with tenderness and a loving look. The great mage remained silent, which was actually to be expected, because he rarely reveals his emotions immediately. Then, without his fiancée noticing, he took a pillow and put it on her face. The girl only said that she saw nothing. She immediately withdrew her hand and decided to tell him her order. "Stephanie, you need to stop overthinking. You just need to act like you did when you came here. If you have something you want to achieve, maybe you'll go somewhere. and at least get rid of someone. The Archmage continued. Then you should tell me all this, Crowley told her, looking into Stephanie's eyes. He played with the ends of her hair and did not stop his order, saying that. Unfortunately, he was not a telepath, and he could not understand her feelings and thoughts. That's why tell me what you want to do. And I will do it, said the protagonist's possible boyfriend. Now she couldn't say anything immediately, because no one had ever said such a thing to her. She bowed her head and thanked the master for his kindness towards her. However, after this word she paused, as if she was about to say something terrible or unforgivable. You don't need to do this, Mr. Shinyal, she said, which also surprised the mage sitting opposite. She continued by saying that she could never repay him for his actions. Gifts and actions. The protagonist considered herself unworthy of these words, because the one who would receive them would not be her at all. She asked the master, promise something similar to your real wife. We are not a real couple, so please understand my words correctly. The mage was not prepared for such an answer. To admit that he would do anything for her. There were still drops of tears on Stephanie's face. She wondered why the master was looking at her like that. He continued to look at her with his red eyes. It even seemed like he was angry. The sorcerer asked the girl if she had completely forgotten why she agreed to the deal with you in the first place. You wanted to avoid female attention. I remember all this, he said with a slight tremor in his voice. Why are you telling me something like this? She asked, which caused surprise. And the question of what a girl is. Fania remembered that according to the story, he still can't stand women. So my words sounded like complete heresy. After which she immediately bowed and asked for forgiveness for what she had said before. Think twice before saying anything, the supreme sorcerer told her. The girl will take it into account. Well, said the mage, the girl at that moment did not understand what else Shinyal wanted to say. Do you have any wish, he asked her. And the girl didn't understand why he wasn't listening to her at all. Damn, that brat completely spoiled you, he said, referring to Yuchi. But Stephanie replied that he didn't spoil her, and that everything was fine. But no, the chief mage of the Central Lands answered her bluntly. The girl is now completely confused. Again, I don't understand what is happening now. And what he wants. It seems you wanted to learn to value yourself. So he asked in an affirmative tone. You just need to stop overthinking. You must speak immediately if a wish appears in your head. So now, every day, I will grant one of your wishes. Crowley told all this to his fiancée. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with the master. But if he refused, he would anger her even more. And that's why the girl had to agree with him, accepting as if she were forced. After this, Shinyal's gaze changed to one of approval. Because this time, he was not rejected. Although he agreed to this. Now she had no idea what to ask him. At least today. At that very moment, a brilliant idea occurred to her in her opinion. And she called the master. Listen, Mr. Shinyal, can I tell you my wishes now? She asked, looking at him. He, in turn, nodded in approval. And said that of course it was possible. Then I want to fall asleep, she said. Yes, that is exactly the simple wish the main character had today. The supreme mage simply remained silent when he heard this in fact. It was already too late, and the fiancée did not lie about her wish. As soon as she realized the time, she immediately wanted to fall asleep in her cradle. In fact, looking at her, one could really see how tired she was during this day. And her eyes were already closing on their own. The sorcerer immediately took this into account. And he saw how his lady began to fall asleep while walking, as if she had taken a sleeping pill. He used magic to cover her with a blanket and make her feel much more comfortable. The entire room was illuminated by white rays coming from the moon rising over the castle. She kept thinking about what she could wish for, what things she wanted, and what places she would like to visit. All other wishes were overshadowed by a single one. The most intimate, and from the bottom of my heart. Stephanie wants Mr. Shinyal to always be by her side. This is the same cherished wish. She fell asleep with such a good thought, and sincere in her head, that very likely her dreams would be as beautiful as her soul. The supreme mage simply looked at her and enjoyed watching her, how she breathed and how she sobbed. He simply sat on the bed and took his fiancée's hand. And so the night fell upon the central lands. The next morning, the protagonist, upon opening her eyes, saw that outside the window it was already light, and the birds were singing. She began a stretch to somehow disperse the sleepiness, because she had already slept very well, remembering that while falling asleep, she was talking to the night. She should clearly have apologized for this, she thought. Turning her head, she saw Crowley sitting next to her, but in a different outfit. She was surprised. The question immediately arose, what is Mr. Shinyal doing in my bed? At first, they just looked at each other, and they kept silent, as if everything was supposed to be that way. Good morning, he said. Good morning, he replied. Everything would be fine. But she was worried by the question of how long he had been sitting here. She asked. His answer was, as always, calm and emotionless, and I didn't leave, Stephanie. The main character was surprised, shocked, perhaps even out of touch with such words. But the master said that he had been sleeping for a long time, and that it was time for them to leave. Suddenly, he got out of bed and went a wash-up to get in shape. While he was going to wash up, Shinyal began to get out of bed, which for some reason scared her. The fiancé turned sharply, as if she wanted to check if everything was all right behind her. This day began somehow so strangely, no less strange compared to how the night ended. As always, Yuchi entered the room in the morning to check if his fiancé was all right. After that, the three of them had breakfast. Fania was shy as always, and the young sorcerer ate as always. There was also a visit to jewelry boutiques, where they looked at several collections of beautiful earrings. Stephanie tried on necklaces she liked, and there they met Lucy. There was even a candy preparation in which the young mage took an active part, and the girl continued to feel a little uncomfortable because of the master. And so the day came to an end. It seemed to pass quickly, but at the same time it dragged on due to the generalized control, something that had not happened before. After all, he was with them the whole time, and the entire time, the main character felt like Crowley was burning her with his eyes. Seeing all this, Yuchi decided to talk about everything that worried him at that moment. He wanted to say this since the morning itself. But master, do you know that expression to contain your ardor? The boy asked. Yes, of course, I asked you to spend more time with your fiancé. But not as much, as said the young sorcerer, waving his arms. As soon as he finished expressing his discontent, the girl had a question why Yuchi asked for all this. Now it seemed to her that she understood why Shinyal walked with them all day. Immediately, the master said something completely different, that he was not going to listen to the boy, because he was here now, because she wanted it that way. And he pointed his finger at Fania. The young mage's face changed to one of surprise, because all day he had been thinking that everything was his fault. Stephanie also changed her facial expression, because she didn't immediately understand that he was asking for this before going to bed. After this, the fiancé and her bodyguard looked at each other with surprise at a greater degree. Yuchi sighed and said, Master, I think you got it wrong again. He was not happy because there was an error in his way of thinking. And he told the main character that it was she who asked him about it last night. The girl was surprised because she does not remember anything like that at all. She said, shrugging her shoulders, I don't remember last night, the master asked him in shock. She immediately started apologizing, as if she had done or said something wrong. The boy became excited by a new idea that arose in his young head. He looked at them and said, It seems I am the third wheel here. Saying this mockingly, Ladusky, good luck, master. Spend the rest of the day with your beloved, said the young mage with a wink. I'll go see what requests I received this time. Waving his hand, the boy said goodbye to him. The girl was worried that they would now be left alone, and how Yuchi dared to fly away. Where are you looking? The master asked her, hugging her. and taking her little face in his hand. Stephanie's cheeks immediately flushed with shame. This had never happened before in her life. She turned her back to him. She said that in any case, she did not remember asking you for such a thing. I'm sorry. Shinyul smiled at her and told her that he forgave her. But only this time. Well, all right, tell me the next thing. What is your wish for today? Her boyfriend asked his fiancée. As always, at first she lowered her head. Because she had no idea. She didn't even have time to think about it today. After which she sharply raised her head and told the supreme mage, I have a wish.